хэмжээндээ ерөнхийдөө чадхаараа сайн хичээгээд орноо.
이렇게 나와서 딱 죽었어.
Merhabalar, ben Berke Sayras Çetin, Regional Kale Sports'ta ayrıca konumunda oynuyorum. PUBG'ye ilk çıktığı günden beri oynuyorum. Ailem o zamanlar izin vermiyordu. Gizli gizli oynuyordum. E-spor yoktu o zaman ama başka oyunların e-sporlarını takip ediyordum. Yani bir e-sporcu olmak istiyordum. PUBG Mobile'da buna açık.
Who have won the title? RCB picked to the post in South Korea. D plus Kia.
Benim için geçmişe kaldı ama aklıma geliyor illaki tabii. Bazen geceleri özellikle turnuva bittikten sonraki ilk aylar böyle geceleri editleri açıp falan izlerdim yani bir duygulanırdım. Ama ileriye bakmak lazım yani bir yerden sonra. O yüzden o turnuvaya dair herhangi bir şey hissetmiyorum. İkincilikte sonuçta güzel bir başarı. Ama son maçtaki talihsiz alanlardan sonra nasip değildi. Belki bu sene olabilir yani. Yani bu sene güzel başladık. Yani WC'de daha iyi bir sonuç getirebilseydik bu sene benim senem değil, yani bizim senemiz diyebilirdim yani. Aslında daha yani çok uzun bir yolum var. Elimden geldiğince çok şey kazanıp kendimle tarihin güzel bir yerine yazmak istiyorum yani. Bu işi en iyi şekilde yapmak istiyorum. Dünyanın belki de en başarılı e-sporcularından biri olmak istiyorum kendi alanımda. Takım değiştirip de iyi olmamın sebebi de birazcık da disiplin ve tecrübeden kaynaklı. Servet amcam ve Çınar amcam kendi öz ailem dışında. Onlara çok teşekkür ediyorum. Eski takım arkadaşlarım dahil, yeni takım arkadaşlarım dahil, bütün bu ana kadar gelmiş geçmiş bütün takım arkadaşlarıma, onlar olmadan ben buraya gelemezdim. Onların emeği de çok etkiliyor takım oyunu olduğu için. Onlara da buradan çok teşekkür ediyorum. Beni destekleyen herkese de çok teşekkür ediyorum.
又回到这个熟悉的舞台，灯光、呼声、心跳声，从2020到2021那一场场捧起冠军的瞬间，到现在依然历历在目。
2023 PMGC champion.
2023 онд би дэлхийн оргил гадсан. Эцэдтэй хамт би PMGC-ийг аврах болсон. Гэвч 2024 онд бүх зүйл өөр болсон. Бид хүссэн үр дүнгээ авч чадаагүй.
champions, D.
2024 PMGC 우승은 좋은 자기장, 좋은 운 덕분이었다고 많은 사람들이 말합니다. 하지만 분명히 말할게요. 그건 틀렸습니다.
Geçen yıl PMGC başardıklarımızdan hayal kırıklığı duymuyorum. Çok savaştık, çok yaklaştık, gücümüzü gösterdik.
Харин энэ жил бүх зүйл шинээр эхэлж байна. Шинэ бүрэлдэхүүн, шинэ зорилго, шинэ зам. Дөг, топ, рефус, ист.
우리가 해야 할 건 단 하나. 우리 게임에 집중하고 실수를 줄이는 것.
但命运绕了一圈，我又站回了这里。这一次，我只想带领 TT 拿下世界冠军的奖杯。
Bu yıl karşıma çıkan her şeyi, herkesi, her meydan okumayı fethetmek için buradayım. En iyilerin en iyisi, tüm zamanların en büyüğü olabileceğimi kanıtlamak için buradayım.
Энэ дэлхийн аваргыг авна гэж ам гарахгүй ч бид бэлэн болсон. Дэлхийд дахинд Монголын чадрыг дахин харуулахад бэлэн.
失去的荣耀我会夺回来，属于我的第3冠，我会靠实力赢下。
그리고 이번에는 당신들은 지금까지 본 적 없는 가장 강한 디펜딩 챔피언을 보게 될 것입니다. 우리는 다시 왕자를 노립니다. 우리는 2연속 우승, 백투백 챔피언을 위해 왔습니다.
The world converges. The race to be the one begins. The 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship will be held in Bangkok, Thailand from November 24 to December 14. The ultimate stage where legends are forged and champions are crowned. Let's dive into this year's updated format. The journey starts with the Gauntlet, a high-stakes 3-day stage where momentum and pressure peak from day one. The top 7 advance directly to the grand finals. Teams ranked 8 through 16 head to the group stage. Also new, Rondo replaces Sandhawk in the map rotation, starting each match day. After the Gauntlet, the PMGC continues with Group Green from November 28th to the 30th and Group Red from December 2nd to the 4th. 32 teams are split into 2 groups of 16. In the group stage, the mission is simple. Finish in the top 3 of your group to secure a spot in the grand finals. Play 4 through 11 and you get one last chance to stay in the fight. Land in the bottom 5 and you're eliminated. Once the groups are over, the final 2 grand final spots are determined in the last chance stage. 16 teams compete over 2 days on December 6th and 7th with no room for error. Only the top 2 keep their dream alive. After the PMGC League concludes, it's time for the final 5, the grand finals, the best of the best. 16 PUBG Mobile teams, including the host country, invite. Prove they are the one. The epic conclusion takes place from December 12th to the 14th. Who will rise on the road to glory, claim the crown, and take the lion's share of $3 million prize pool? Who will write their names in history? The journey to greatness begins here. Welcome to the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship.
Mobile Global Championship, coming to you live from Bangkok, Thailand.
I hear a shout, it shatters the silence in the morning. Call your name, I see the doubt. We're falling too fast without a warning. But if you stay, you'll battle by my side. They'll never ever win the day. No matter what they say, this mission ain't broken. Don't take what is spoken. Our path ahead is still unknown. This battle ain't over. Let's walk through the fire. Wash out our fear, fight to the end. again. The scars are still fresh, but we will overcome the pain. The lights will never fade. This mission ain't broken, don't take what is spoken. Our path ahead is still unknown. This battle ain't over, let's walk through the fire. Wash out our fear, fight to the end. Lost in a dream, can't find nowhere to hide. No sign of home, so I just stand up cool. I keep calling you, do you hear it all? Let my voice break through the static and meet you in the fire. I'm crawling, I might lose it all, but it's worth the pain if I'm pushing through. 'Cause every time I'm without you, I'm fighting on in the shadows. So tell me, how can I fight you?
Of the year, countless teams from regions across the globe came together with one goal in mind, and that's to etch their name in PUBG Mobile esports history.
40 teams made it here, battling through the Gauntlet, Group Red, Group Green, and the chaos of Last Chance. When the dust finally settled, the field was just narrowed down to 16 teams.
And it has all led to this, the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship Grand Finals. 2 grueling days have already passed, and on this final day, one question remains. Who will be the one?
Now's the time to pull out all the stops because one champion will be crowned here at the end of the day. Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship Grand Finals live here in Bangkok, Thailand. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, here with Maxman and the 7 Worlds Gaming. We've been covering this for quite a while now, guys, right? And we got some serious squads that are ready to get a part of the action here today, 7.
That's absolutely right. I mean, we have Alpha 7 in the lead. We have squads wanting to hunt them down, and it's going to come down to if anybody can stop Alpha 7 from winning via Smash Roll and delay it, Max.
Of course you would open up with Alpha 7.
Of course!
It's deserved, but of course they got hot contenders right behind them.
Yes.
You got DRX, you got the side of APG, maybe can make it happen. You got Alter Ego, so many teams trying to play catch-up. Can they make happen before the end of the day?
Well, you know, you see the schedule? This is it, guys. This is the last day. You know, we've gone through the Gauntlet. We've gone through Group Green, all the different stages here, 7, you know, and it's so exciting to see just which team is going to be able to pull it out here today.
The progression of some of the squads, I think that's the main thing that we have focused on. when we started at the Gauntlet, I mean, one team that comes to mind, APG, they ended up qualifying via group stage instead because that squad just completely different. Came into the finals, and I mean, we saw flashes of what we saw in group stages, but not quite like what we saw in group stage.
Especially happy with the side of Rufus, right? He was MVP of day 1. He's going to maintain that momentum moving into day 3. Maybe a new MVP on the team. Rufus, could he make it happen?
Yeah, let's see what happens here, guys. But the most important thing today, in my opinion, is gotta be the smash rule, because this tournament can be over in just 2 games today, Max.
It would be cool, but please, I want more PUBG Mobile esports. Yeah. Okay, let's at least have 4 or 5 matches. I would really enjoy it. There you go. The smash ruling, of course, is going to be added 10 more points on top of what Alpha 7 had after 2 days, which is currently 125. And we know here, especially with Rondo being the first game 7, the points are inflated. Many teams could at least try and close that gap between themselves and the point threshold to try and smash moving into a wrangle.
Yeah, and just to refresh all the viewers' memory, I mean, Alpha 7 has been performing when it comes down to Rondo. The first day, 3rd place with 9 eliminations. That's already way more than 10 points.
Yeah.
And on the 2nd day, they ended up with a 4th place finish and 6 elims, once again getting close to that 10-point mark. So for this squad, I think they are going to continue making sure that they end up performing and making sure that they get those 10 points and set themselves up for success in Erangel, because yesterday, what happened with Alpha 7? They got 2 back-to-backs.
That's right. You know what? It's not just about team performances. It's all about the individual performances as well, because our Grand Finals MVP is winning a brand new Porsche Cayenne, and this is exactly how they're going to be able to do it.
You want a Porsche Cayenne?
I want a Porsche Cayenne.
I want a Porsche Cayenne.
I'm not good enough to get that Porsche Cayenne, but you know what?
Yeah, exactly.
Top wants a new family car.
Maybe we'll get that nice talent discount. We'll have to talk to Porsche about it.
Yeah.
But for this squad, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of players that definitely won this Porsche Cayenne, have been performing like they need this in their lives, and one of them has to be top, one of them has to be Refest as well, but we've got to talk about some of the other teams too.
I mean, Rosemary from Alter Ego,
Yeah.
right, making it happen for themselves into day 2. And of course, when you look at the evaluation criteria for the MVP, if you remember it last year, it changed significantly going into 2025. Eliminations 40% is massive, so all about getting that elimination, but also knockouts, which have been pretty important, added to the equation this time around. If you can get a bunch of knocks like top with a mini 14, that guy could be at the top.
Yeah, absolutely. But the guys, this is what it's all about right here. Who's going to be our champion? You can see Alpha 7 currently in the lead with 115 points, but you got that match point right there, 125-7. That's going to come into play big time.
It is going to come into play big time, because what is DRX, APG, Regnum of those squads there trying to chase them down going to be able to do? And one thing that we honestly have to keep in mind is the squads that aren't really chasing them down, the squads that got absolutely nothing to lose, because we know that they're going to be looking at target Alpha 7, looking to target some of those teams and play that role that I absolutely love in day 3, and that is the spoiler role. You okay there, buddy?
He's having a bit of an issue there. Actually, I was talking to Silas recently, just before the show started, and he said they're going to play very aggressive going into Rondo, and I don't think they're going to be the only team. I think a lot of teams know this is going to be a time where you're going to be so desperate, because as you said on the pre-show, right? How long is the day going to be? How many matches are going to be happening today? If it's only 2, guess what? Your amount of time for you to make that comeback happen is going to be extremely short. So every game you've got to take with full potential of trying to get as many eliminations as humanly possible.
Yeah, I mean, I know that you got a chance to talk to some of the teams as well, 7. D+ in particular, when it came to possibly even hunting down Alpha 7 as well.
Another team, they got absolutely nothing to lose. By the way, before we go even into all of that, you found out something pretty special about D+.
Well, it wasn't me. It was some people on Instagram.
Okay.
Respect, thank you very much, everyone in the community. But actually, if you include the PMGC Grand Final games of last year, so PMGC 2024, D+ Kia have won the last game, which is the final Miramar, 5 days in a row, which is an insane stat to imagine.
Crazy.
But that was without the Smash Rule. Would you have the
True.
Smash Rule? Do we have a match 6 in the cards today? We don't know. But the fact that they win away the last game, what a weird thing to happen for D+.
I don't think we're going to end up getting up to match 6. I'm pretty sure you're going to be hoping that I'm wrong. I'm going to be hoping that I'm not wrong. But going back to what you were saying in regards to some of those other squads, yeah, I mean, it has to come down to them just wanting to be aggressive and stopping Alpha 7 from getting enough points when we go into Rondo. And hoping that they can do enough to catch up to them. Because when you end up doing that, Max, when you end up maybe playing a little bit too aggressive, if you are chasing that first place squad, you're leaving yourself open to get eliminated, and that's what was happening yesterday. That's why Alpha 7 has such a nice lead coming into today, because the bottom teams teams, second place, fourth place, third place, all that stuff, they get eliminated early, and Alpha 7 takes full advantage of that.
You don't want to get too tunnel visioned, right, on those eliminations and forget about, oh, well, guess what? You're going to get third-partied by another team that is looking to play even more aggressive in this lobby. Got to be very careful, which actually, talking about that, scares me for Ulf, which has been ramping up their aggression. They won themselves, thanks to Scarface, that Rondo game yesterday on day 2. I want to see that kind of same momentum here where they're playing full-on aggressive and learning everything from the league stage going into these finals. They've learned so much, and I feel like Ulf maybe could be the big comeback team on this third day.
I agree.
Talking about aggressive, one team that automatically comes to mind, Alter Ego. Yesterday at the start of the day, if we go from their performance in Last Chance to what we were actually able to see here in the second day of Grand Finals, completely different. That team was a team that was targeting mostly the center of the circle. They were playing a little bit like DX was at the beginning of the Grand Finals, but yesterday, completely different. They wanted to take the action to everybody, and I think you might have mentioned it perfectly, Max. It might have been because of that roster change.
Yeah, the roster change. Actually having Moan on a team, replacing Snape. I was a little bit judgmental, and you know what? The results did dip a little bit after that, right? And they have Moana playing instead of Snape, and Snape had amazing results during the league stage. I was like, there's no way we see a replacement for Snape, but that actually did end up happening. And the main issue I did see on day 2 is they go for these very quick rotations in the center, as you mentioned, but there's no scouting, and they send it so split trying to go to the center that it's 2 players almost the entirety of the last 3 matches of yesterday. Fix the rotations in the mid game. If they can do that, Alter Ego, man, if they have a 4-man team in the positions they had yesterday,
oh my gosh,
Indonesia could be looking strong.
I didn't mention it, by the way. I gotta give credit to their to Alter Ego's extra analyst, which is none other than our amazing caster, Blank.
Yes.
I'm not taking the credit for that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's so crazy. I think you're going to have to be able to adapt here today if you want to be able to be the champion. And I want to ask you this, Seven, right?
Go for it.
Let's say Alpha 7 does get the 10 points in Rondo. When it goes into Erangel, do you think they should possibly drop in a different location?
They of course.
Right?
They definitely have to, because every team that wants a chance to stop them from winning, maybe not even a hot drop, but a rotation camp, a rotation trap, which we have seen in the past, Max, and more than likely it can end up happening. The good thing, though, about this year that I want to let everybody know is that these teams have now, in the past, we were talking about, okay, this is going to be a spot just for that team. They're not going to be willing to change it. A lot of teams this year has been actually practicing multiple spots, not just one, not just 2, many places all over the map because of this Smash rule.
I want to bring up the point you just said about camping the rotation of Alpha 7.
Yep.
I think Alpha 7 is the worst team to camp because they rotate so early, meaning that you need to camp them instantly after doing your looting stage, which is, I think Alpha 7 is like the worst team to make that happen. So if you do want to fight them, I believe Hot Drop would be the best option, but they have 2 drops on Erangel, which is going to be the big main map today, right? One over to the west in George Pole and even east of Stolber. So I think Alpha 7 don't have too much to fear going into the grassy pastures. I think they're big chilling.
Like, come over here real quick. Thanks for getting down. Well, making sure you don't have a fever. This man just said a hot drop would be the option. I like it, especially because of the current rules that we have, right? The rules said the Smash rule, and so especially if they get into the Smash zone. One thing, though, that I do want to keep in mind is that we were talking about the early rotations for Alpha 7. I wonder if they're going to be changing their style enough that ends up hurting them. We've seen it happen multiple times when we end up getting into this stage where teams have a chance to win via Smash rule. It starts getting into their head, and it could end up backfiring. Luckily for this squad, they are one of the regions that has experience with a team winning via Smash rule. Back in their PMSL America's Fall Split, Wolves ended up winning via Smash rule, so I'm hoping that they're going to be able to go, they were able to go back, look at that, and see, okay, maybe this is how we need to play via Smash rule.
Yeah, I mean, that's so crazy. Is like, when you get in these kind of situations, just second-guessing yourself just a little bit can cost you so much. We got another team, though, right? I know that you're pretty confident in here today, and that's DRX. How are you feeling about them going into here the final day?
I'm a little bit scared because there is a 28-point difference between themselves and the point threshold to be in the Smash Zone, and that is, even a Rondo game, you can't get there unless you get literally one of the biggest games in the entire tournament, right? That is going to be really, really hard to achieve. But DRX, I like how QXZZZ, which we talked about being such a good fragger many times, I know you're a big fan of his playstyle, Seven. I like how during that Erangel win, he didn't go overly aggressive. He set up his player, meaning that he is very adaptable. And for me, the true mark of a potential champion is a team that's not just focused on one role for their players. It's like, okay, I'm in a better position to set up my teammates, get the angles, deny enemy rotations. I'm going to do just that and get low eliminations. The fact that QXZZZ did that on that one game makes me so hopeful that they can go and be the champions this year.
For DRX, I want to see a much better performance when it comes down to their fragging ability here in Rondo. Both Rondos that we have seen out of DRX, they only been able to achieve 6 eliminations. Don't get me wrong, that is a good match. But right now, we are on the final day. And as Max was saying, what was the point? 28? Up to
28,
the Smash
28
Zone?
for them. Yep.
Yeah, so, I mean, you got to be able to put up even more than just say like 6 elims, and on top of that, you gotta go for the win, Jukes.
Yeah, gotta go for it. Yeah, at least.
You mania.
Oh my gosh, right? I mean, just hearing Neox is crazy because I'm surprised we haven't seen that crazy hot drop so far. But today with those teams, especially low on the leaderboards, you gotta do something to put up some serious points. One team I know you've had your eye on, Seven, right, was Team Flash. Their first ever PMGC coming in here.
Yep.
They've had some highs and lows. How do you feel about them going into the final day?
I feel much better, honestly. And day one, I think we saw the mistake over and over again of this team not being able to hold an area or just play defensive when a team decided to just push them and crash them or surprise them, whatever the case might have been. But yesterday, we saw a big turnaround. And given that it was the exact same area when we first noticed that issue, when teams were just saying, okay, we don't care if it's Flash in that compound, we're just going to get close and make sure we push them back. Yesterday, they were spreading out a little bit more. They were using that utility, and the utility use has been great throughout this PMGC Grand Finals, and I'm hoping for Team Flash that continues because more teams are going to be aggressive. It's the final day. A lot of those teams got nothing to lose.
I want to pinpoint something you just mentioned, which is the utility usage.
Yes.
Not just for Team Flash was good.
Oh, yeah,
Like the entire lobby. I am a very big critique of how Molotovs are used in competitive. I'm like, they're underused. They're committing to grenades way more. The Molotovs from, I think we had Xavier at one point versus a push on the eastern side of Yasnai Field. We had a really good Molotov from Carrillo, right?
Yes.
Against the push of one of the Korean teams on Arango. The Molotovs to block out pushes on entry points like windows, through doors, has been genuinely some of the best, in my opinion, ever in PUBG Mobile Esport. And I think it can get so much better if we give it even more time for this Molotov meta to evolve, if we can call it that. I don't know.
You even go back to when DX in the first day, one thing that team was doing well whenever anybody tried to crash onto them, I think it was RA at one point, the Molotov usage completely stopping that squad from coming into their building and then following it up with those nades. Perfect usage of the utilities.
Yeah, and you know what, Seven, I ask you this. When it comes to a team that you think that could possibly surprise us, just go crazy, right? What do you think would be one of those squads?
I'm going to be a little bit, not biased, actually. This is not even a biased take. An actual team that has surprised me throughout this whole PMGC, and I've called it out during the Gauntlet, too. And I'm wondering if you already know which team I'm going to say.
All right.
My boy. This is why we've been working so long together. That's right, RA, the aggressiveness out of this squad has been insane. We see them not being, and the reason why I say that just before I continue on is because MENA teams are usually not this aggressive at a global stage. In the region, yes, they flare out, they can be aggressive, but when we come to global, we usually don't end up seeing that from MENA teams. And this RA team is just starting to break the habit, and I absolutely love it. I'm hoping that we get one match where they maybe end up getting blessed by the circle, collect more points, and move up the leaderboard. Because honestly, with the way this team has been performing, they were the champions of the Gauntlet. They've been able to just get a lot of eliminations here. Don't be scared of fights. I want them to be rewarded with the top 5.
I'm actually going to be a little bit more critical on RA. I think that they're, and I don't know if you would agree or not, I think they're overly reliant on Amori.
Yes.
Every time we see him clutch up, we're not seeing the typical Ida clutches. Prestige, Damar, Skuton have not been really playing so far. So I want to see the other players kind of get these big elimination games, but so far Mori's been the one pulling a lot more of those compared to his teammates.
I would actually have to disagree with that one.
Oh, really?
Yesterday in Marth, against Regnum, he was able to pop off. He ended up getting eliminated, but he knocked 3 players there from Regnum and was able to showcase those skills. So, but I know what you're saying. You want to be able to see more players more frequently. More frequently be able to do it. You know what? With that, yes, but I want to continue to see what Marth was able to do yesterday, too.
Yeah, you know what? Speaking of Regnum Karya, right? We've seen them go crazy, right, at certain points. But also, you know, they're not at the top of the leaderboards. What do you think is, like, their big, like, glaring problem so far here?
I don't think there's a glaring issue so far for them. I think that their playstyle is really good. The circle sometimes shifts away from them. Like, especially the Alpha 7 win, right, next to the northeast side of, well, there are 2 of them, actually, northeast of George Pole. But the one where Regnum Karya were in the open, you still have a full squad, right, remaining for Alpha 7. They have a ton of smokes to make that transition to push themselves deeper in the circle itself. And despite the really good setup, because it was a good setup, they had 3 off angles, which normally that would win them the game, but the amount of smokes Alpha 7 had were just way too much for them to deal with. I would say stick to your game. Maybe play a little bit more aggressive on that Rondo, which is what Silas told me earlier. and I think that would be enough. But I think changing the playstyle right now for Regnum Karya, that have proven that this playstyle is successful, would be a pretty big blunder.
Yeah, don't. Regnum Karya, let's not go crazy here. You're currently in contention. I mean, you're currently in 4th place. You do have a gap to make up for, but thanks to those players popping off, I'm talking about Loxy and Wild and Silas as well, being able to put up those LMs, those numbers for the squad, you could maybe make that push. And with something to note too, from PMSL EU full split, this squad had a gap to close, and it was around this mark, around 30 points if you're taking Smash Point into consideration as well. There is a chance. We've seen Regnum Karya being able to just fully send it on a final match, on a final day of Grand Finals. I'm talking about what happened last year in London for the PMGC Grand Finals on the last match in Miramar. So yeah, if there was any team that can actually also surprise us, Regnum is up there.
Absolutely, absolutely. Guys, we're about to get started here in just a few more minutes. Thank you for being patient with us. Rondo is that first match. I think I want to do a little bit of theory crafting here when it comes to Rondo, okay?
Yeah.
Right? We didn't see the crazy Neox Factory hot drop. We saw it in Danqing, though, right? We saw 3 squads go there. You think we're going to see that here today, or you think we're going to see something completely different?
I think we're going to have the typical hot drops happening just for the normal compounds outside of Neox Factory itself. But from talking to Silas, my boy, my homie, we're chill like that. We were talking, and he said that they don't want to get aggressive in the early game, not in the hot drops, which I think is definitely the right approach, because hot drops get a bit messy and you might just give easy eliminations to your opponents. He said, starting circle 3, 4, that's when we're going to start to go full aggro mode.
Yep. Well, you know what? It's time to get this show started. Let's go ahead and take it on over to the stage to get the final day going.
Fans around the world, welcome to day 3 of the PMGC Grand Finals. We are stepping into the final chapter of this incredible journey, and today, history is about to be made. The tension is higher than ever, and every team on this stage knows that by the end of today, one of them will walk away as the 2025 PMGC champions.
สวัสดีแฟนๆ PUBG Mobile จากทั่วโลกด้วยนะคะและยินดีต้อนรับสู่วันสุดท้ายของ PMGC Grand Final ค่ะวันนี้คือบทสรุปของเส้นทางแห่งศักดิ์ศรีนะคะที่ความกดดันเนี่ยจะพุ่งถึงขีดสุดและทุกทีมบนเวทีนี้รู้ดีว่าเมื่อการแข่งในวันนี้จบลงค่ะจะมีเพียงหนึ่งเดียวเท่านั้นที่จะได้จารึกชื่อเป็นแชมป์ PMGC 2025 ค่ะ
Now, before we dive into any of the action, we have something truly exciting for all of you watching here in the arena and around the world. Today marks the debut of the 2025 PUBG Mobile Ultimate Runway, the game's first ever global X-Suits runway show, happening live at the PMGC Grand Finals. 16 of the game's popular suits will be brought to life by 16 renowned Thai models and cosplayers.
แต่ก่อนที่เราจะเข้าไปสู่การแข่งขันสุดมันนะคะวันนี้เรามีสิ่งที่น่าตื่นเต้นเป็นพิเศษสำหรับทุกคนค่ะนั่นก็คือการเปิดตัวอย่างเป็นทางการของ PUBG Mobile Ultimate Runway แฟชั่นโชว์ X-Suit ระดับโลกครั้งแรกของเกมค่ะกับชุดยอดนิยมของเกมทั้ง 16 ชุดที่จะถูกถ่ายทอดให้มีชีวิตขึ้นมานะคะโดยนางแบบและคอสเพลเยอร์ชั้นนำของไทยทั้ง 16 คนค่ะ
But they are not alone. No, no, no. They will be taking the stage side by side with the 16 finalist teams competing for the championship title. It's a spectacular fusion where virtual world meets reality, blending style, storytelling, and esports in a way that has never been done before.
และพวกเขาจะไม่ได้เดินเพียงลำพังค่ะเพราะว่าจะขึ้นเวทีเคียงข้างไปกับทั้ง 16 ทีมผู้เข้ารอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลนี่คือการรวมพลังของโลกในเกมและโลกแห่งความจริงค่ะระหว่างสไตล์เรื่องราวและ e-sport ในรูปแบบที่แฟน PUBG Mobile ทั่วโลกไม่เคยเห็นมาก่อนค่ะ
This right here is a moment that fans will not want to miss.
และนี่คือช่วงเวลาที่ทุกคนไม่ควรพลาดค่ะ
And so, ladies and gentlemen, for one last time, let's meet our 2025 PMGC Grand Finals teams. First up, led by Avalanche to the stage. Please welcome our finalists from Thailand. Last seed from the group red, it is E Arena. From Central Asia, put your hands together for the 4th seed Gauntlet team, Mad Bulls.
Radiating brilliance with iridescent, representing one of the most feared team in Brazil and sitting atop the current Grand Finals leaderboard, Alpha Silent Esports. Treasures laid within, engraved pillars, hieroglyphic signs, pyramid, gracefully silent, waiting for
Rising from the depths with Poseidon. Give it up for the 2 seed from the Gauntlet team. They are from China. It's Thunder Talk Gaming.
Marching in with Dravion, your PMGC defending champions from South Korea, D+ Kia.
Unleashing the true power with the Blood Raven. Please welcome the champions of Group Red from South Korea, DRX.
Summoning Chaos with Arcan Jester. Here comes the last seed of Group Green, representing Central Asia, God Team.
Igniting the stage with Ignis from Turkey. Make some noise for Ulf Esports.
Standing tall as the Stieg Elite, the pride of Turkey and their 2024 PMGC runner-up, Regnum Kaya Esports.
Blooming mysteriously with Pure from Turkey. Please welcome the challengers and 3rd place in the Gauntlet, Kara Esports.
Glowing forest aurora, fallen natural glow of spark into her eyes of radiance. Got the glowing forest aurora, crawling demons from the swamp, crave the darkness for eternity.
Charging forward with Sylvanus, the rising contender from Vietnam, and above all in the last chance, Team Fletch.
She's here to end the endless night. Let the unrelenting spirit stand, igniting the sunlight, valor in the dawn. Forge an armor with emeralds, and Ember halo clearing the chaos. Power up the invincible.
Forged in stone with Marmaris from Saudi Arabia. Put your hands together for the #1 seed from the Gauntlet, R8 Esports.
Marching in with Galadria, the pride of Vietnam and the poised leader of Grand Finals Day 1, De Sevilla.
Emerging from the shadows with Cryonics Wraith, please welcome the last seed from the last chance and the last hope for Indonesia, Alter Ego Ares! Let's give a big thank you to the cosplayers and the teams for that incredible showcase. They brought the world of PUBG Mobile to life in the most spectacular way.
ขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับคอสเพลเยอร์และนักแข่งทุกทีมบนเวทีนี้ด้วยค่ะต้องบอกว่าโชว์เมื่อครู่นะคะก็คือการปลุกโลกของ PUBG Mobile ค่ะให้ลุกขึ้นมามีชีวิตจริงเป็นโมเมนต์ที่สะท้อนพลังของ e-sport ได้อย่างสมบูรณ์แบบเลยทีเดียวค่ะ
Before we get into the official matches, as most of you know, the first time ever, this year's PMGC introduces the Egg Smashing, a brand new feature reserved exclusively for our champions. This adds a unique twist to the celebration, offering special rewards from Infinix and a memorable moment for the winning team.
และก่อนที่จะเข้าสู่ถึงการแข่งขันอย่างเป็นทางการนะคะต้องบอกว่าปีนี้ค่ะ PMGC ได้เปิดตัว Egg Smashing นะคะเป็นครั้งแรกฟีเจอร์พิเศษที่สงวนไว้สำหรับทีมแชมป์เท่านั้นค่ะเป็นการเพิ่มมิติใหม่ให้กับการเฉลิมฉลองพร้อมรางวัลพิเศษจาก Infinix นะคะและช่วงเวลาประวัติศาสตร์สำหรับผู้ชนะค่ะ so let's watch the video together
In the grand finals of the 2025 PMGC, 16 teams have fought their way to the ultimate honor. Each of them now stands as one of the world's best, and each is represented with the golden egg marked with their team logo. Inside every egg lies a special reward card provided by Infinix. A GT pad, a GT phone, or GT earphones, an exclusive gift waiting to be claimed. Before the grand finals begins, every team chooses 3 opponents whose eggs they would most like to smash. And now with the world watching, only one team has risen above the rest. One champion, one chance to get the ultimate bonus reward. If the champion wins by the smash roll, they may smash 3 eggs and take all the Infinix rewards hidden within. But if the victory comes by points, they may choose only one. One egg, one moment, one prize. This is the 2025 PMGC Egg Smashing Ceremony. This is the one you're looking for. Let the champion step forward and let the smashing begin.
And now, with all 16 finalists on the stage, the last and most crucial matches of the entire championship are just moments away. With the smash rule in play, every fight, every rotation, and every chicken dinner today could decide who will be crowned our next PMGC champion.
และในตอนนี้ค่ะเมื่อทั้ง 16 ทีมยืนอยู่บนเวทีเรียบร้อยแล้วนะคะการแข่งขันที่สำคัญที่สุดของปีกำลังจะเริ่มต้นขึ้นค่ะภายใต้กฎ Smash Rule ทุกการต่อสู้ทุกการเคลื่อนไหวและทุกๆ Chicken Dinner ในวันนี้นะคะอาจเป็นตัวตัดสินว่าใครจะได้ครองบัลลังก์แชมป์ PMGC ค่ะ
And so, ladies and gentlemen, the wait, it's finally over. It is time to begin our final day of the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship Grand Finals. So Bangkok, are you ready? It's time for Championship Sunday to begin.
ไปชมกันเลยค่ะ
Let the smashing begin! Here we go. What a start to the show, guys. Of course, we got to get this started by giving a big thank you to none other than the Infinix GT30 series, the official gaming phone of 2025 PMGC. Engineered for precision, performance, and victory. Go and get yours today so you can outplay the rest. Also, guys, you want to make sure that you log into the permanent Polar Party skin, get in the game, and get that Mini 14 skin as soon as you possibly can. You have today to do it, so get that as well. And you got a couple more days left to get the Rev It Up emote. I know you got them all.
Oh, Max. I got it. I got all the stuff PMGC related. I even got all the old skins I was missing. So I'm decked out, full of esports mode.
Let's go.
Sorry, I was trying to get the rewards. But then he asked me to log into my account and I forgot my password.
Stop that.
It happens. It happens, guys. Well, you know what? We got to talk about these teams that we got going here into the final day. Now, two squads that we're going to be taking a good look at. Is going to be Xavier and Alpha 7, Max.
Oh, like this head-to-head is like the best day one for Xavier, where they were gifted by the circle, and comparing the second day here for Alpha 7 on the right side, which was an insane day for these guys. Back-to-back chicken dinners on a angle up northeast of George Park area. You couldn't ask for a better setup for them. But the comparison is, despite being gifted circle in some scenarios right here, 7, Alpha 7 capitalize, are aggressive, zoning teams away, get involved in the conversation with these other squads, and here to get 34 eliminations on that day. What a banger performance from the Brazilian team.
Yeah, the big question mark for DX is what would happen if you weren't able to get the zones, because the elims on that day were just 21. And I mean, we got an answer, especially yesterday for DX. And for Alpha 7, it would be, can they actually do what DX, but do it better? And boy, did they with more eliminations. And now we're having a head-to-head. Earlier, we were talking about that Porsche. Who's going to be the MVP? These two players are just performing lights out. You got Rosemary from Alter Ego, and you got Revo from Alpha 7, Max.
I mean, you're looking at that survival time of Rosemary.
Crazy.
You pump up those numbers, he's over the 2 average elimination threshold, which is a very big statement to make in a lobby like the PMGC Grand Finals, right? But then, of course, you've got Revo, which is just a trial and tested player throughout every single era of PUBG Mobile Esport, and he's still on top to this day. He's always been shy, so close to being an MVP. This might be the time for him to make it happen.
An absolute legend in the making for sure. Already a legend, to be honest. As we take a look here at Alpha Gaming 7, their day 1 performance versus day 2.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be looking at the placements. I feel like that's definitely the biggest one. We know that this team can definitely frag out. You can see it right there on your screen. Day 1, 37 eliminations. Day 2, they were able to get 35. But the placement points, Max, I kept talking about it yesterday. Yep. I felt like I sounded like a broken record. They were only able to achieve just 3 placement points. If this team wants to challenge to become the champion, if they want to improve and pass Alpha 7, those placement points need to be there. And they need to be keep playing like how they've been playing, compact and working supportive, with Doc being supportive as well.
Actually, it makes sense. They have Zyol, past IHC player. We know what they did, a few years ago back in PMGC. They hated the placement points, only focused on eliminations. He's going to do it once more, but I would agree with 7. Placement points is it's not too bad to have. You definitely want to get as many as you possibly can.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of placement points, Max, Xavier, right? They got a whole bunch of them in day 1. Coming into day 2, they didn't get those circles. Do you think they're going to make some big adjustments coming into the final day?
I mean, hopefully. I hope they were looking back at their day 2 performance. Like, we're not gifted circle and we're not making anything happen. It's time to prove us wrong that even when a circle is not going your way, you can get some eliminations, you can get in these fights, get involved, try something, Xavier. It's not impossible. You can make happen today here for Vietnam on day 3.
Eliminations, dear Xavier. That's all I want to see out of you. Eliminations. We know that you can definitely get in the center of that circle, but we actually went back and look at the overall leaderboard. That is the squad with the least amount of elims out of all the almost all the teams except for 14th place, 15th place, and 16th place.
Which makes sense.
So just to put that into perspective, like we need to see you be able to frag out.
Gotta get it done. Gotta get those points the hard way for sure. And we know Alpha Gaming is one that could definitely make it happen, Seven. I know that is one of the teams that you predict to end up winning this thing here today.
Yeah, I definitely did. And I mean, that's what we were talking about in regards to them earlier just now. This team just needs to make sure they find a way to get those rotations down, early too, because they do end up landing military. Now we're on the final day too. What happened in Last Chance last week? Guess what? JNG ended up just camping inner circle. Those two squads are currently not here, and right now we're just looking for first place, and I don't think it's gonna happen.
Well, it's time to get this thing started. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters, Blank and John Allen, for game number 1.
It all comes down to this. Today is where you need to make your mark if you want to take Alpha 7 off that top spot and deny them something they've been on the hunt for so long. Time's now. Let's get things going.
Today, not tomorrow, today. Obviously, for Alpha 7, this is a crazy turn-up for them, but we've seen them in this position before. Quite a few times, in fact, over multiple years. Second place, coming into first place on that day too, and falling out of favor with the lobby. And I think that this is the moment they're waiting for. I'm looking over.
Okay.
It seems a little serious. I want to say a little serious. There is some smiles, and Revo smiling, which worries me. But it's Guizhou and Obscure. They're in now. And I think that these guys can do enough on their own to kind of drive forward the rest of the team. And it was nice to hear from Barney yesterday. I mean, we didn't really talk about it all that much, but they were saying that we're going to be together forever, which sounds like a Disney story to me, personally. But with the amount of times Alpha 7 has just kicked that player that doesn't make sense, even though they did so well in their tournaments off the team, that's a promising statement to me.
Hopefully they'll be able to keep that promise to this roster. This is so many daps. I'm not entirely sure what the ritual is, but let's hope it works.
4, 5.
They started before we cut away from them.
So maybe it's 7-7. You drop a little 7 on there.
Maybe.
Good to go.
Maybe.
Perhaps.
It looks pretty cool. Looks pretty good fun.
It was a bit much for me.
Yeah.
They're doing too much.
They're keeping the hands warm.
They're doing a bit much.
Keeping them nice and limber, because you do need those skills when it comes to potentially getting hot dropped, and especially here on Rondo. He's mad dogging it right now.
The real evils.
Who do you think?
You think you're practicing right now?
You took the last water from the fridge.
You're gonna practice right before the finals. This should have been done yesterday. I saw the guys yesterday actually in the hotel, and I said, "Good luck." To which Aaron looked like I was gonna kidnap him.
I hope you weren't.
No, it was not the intention. The intention was say good luck. Luckily, Scarface came out of nowhere and saved me from it all because he actually speaks some English. And he was like, "Thank you so much." And everyone's like, "Oh, he's just being nice." That makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I can see how it could be somewhat intimidating. I don't know, actually. I feel like I don't look intimidating.
You're a tall guy.
That's about it. You know?
Yeah.
I've got a very happy face, I would say. I smiled as well. Maybe that was the problem.
Yeah. That's because we saw just there, Aaron.
He was like, he wanted me to give him the old taken good look.
If you're not staring him down,
good luck. Yeah.
If you're not staring him down,
or alternatively, probably could have said it to him in Turkish.
Yeah, that would probably be an easy way to communicate. If only I spoke Turkish, or if you spoke Turkish.
Yeah, I should have.
Speak Turkish?
No, but I could have pre-prepared. Maybe.
Wow.
I knew they were on the same floor as us.
That is true.
Yeah,
that is true. Giving the game away.
I know. What's the game?
Oh no.
What's the game?
Oh dear.
Ulf had a lot of burgies outside their door.
You're really dishing the dirt out now.
I am, yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, you gotta eat. But that was a big order. That was a big order. Keep those boys fed. That's all I'm saying.
Well, hopefully they're going to feed themselves some chicken dinners today. They want to jump up towards the podium, towards those top spots. Keep themselves nice and full. Because we may only have 2 matches. Not too many opportunities. Although if there are 2 matches, they won't be getting any.
Yeah, this is your last chance to really show what you're made of here on the main stage. Rondo to start things off. Very, very curious because Smash ruling, especially in the PMGC format, John, it is quite important that we do talk about Rondo right now, where it's way, way more possible than in the past on San. After that portion, sprinkle a little cayenne into their gameplay.
I mean, Loxy's a pretty heavy candidate as well for that MVP title. I think that even though Regnum Kaya themselves aren't doing super hot, Loxy's kind of up there.
But when we get into Rondo, you're going to have to ignore that Wild does have one of the highest scorings on that map, okay? You got to trust me that I don't think they're creating Rondo. Which in my mind is true. I think Wild was getting the majority of the damage done, but that was because of certain situations arising. But look at this, 40 seconds on our clock now. We are getting into match number 1 here in Bangkok, Thailand, 2025. Who's taking his first game? And is Alpha 7 able to put up those 10 points? Hello? Well, right then. I'm going to keep on going in the meantime. John is predisposed to something. Not entirely sure, but it is Rondo. First match of the day, we're getting into it, stuck right into the main meal right here at PMGC. A little bit more togetherness, right? A little bit more togetherness in the old alter ego meatball. Red Bull finding the first though over towards DXavier, and they do lose Paragen right off the bat. What a tremendously bad start for them. Xing shot over towards Zeus from Flash, getting themselves a nice little knock there. Match point 125. Got to reaffirm that point for you guys.
Vampire in the hot drop. Looking to try and keep the points on side. 1 point already. DXavier bumped a little bit further away. Ooh, Team Flash though, in a tough spot up here. Win, last player in location. Fairly split and already going for the recalls.
Thunder Talk. VJ. Onside. Yes, nice win. Going down to sighting as Thunder Talk to put up some more points here on the game. Sighting looking for a little bit more. His Vampire's getting a little bit of points right now. It's DXavier losing even more right here. They have one player still going, but it's Levi's probably the fall here versus Meowla. A good shot, and there is some chance from the crowd. Extremely pleased how this one's going down. The arena, though, it's a bit on tie action there. No real words or moves. Kara looking over towards R8, and R8 taking a tumble there. Recall beacon coming through. Gets right back into business though, not really making too many mistakes, most of our teams. Alpha 7. On our screens right now. You get that PMGC code redemption there, PUBG United 2025. Get those rewards back at home. Last time you'll be seeing them today. And D+ here again. And I think we can be pretty confident that D+ is likely not going to grab themselves another chicken dinner here on Rondo. It's outside of them usual behavior, right? Which is the last game that we get into. And I have my boy Hot Jukes. My boy Hot Jukes on the cast right now.
Let's go, dude. Hey, stepping in the mix. I am so excited. Hey, we're in this, baby. Let's
get it.
Rondo action. Oh, man. You know what? This is so exciting to see. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that we're not seeing that crazy, like, Neox Factory hot drop here.
So this is what I was saying by myself over here, obviously. You know, just talking to myself, talking to the guys at home. It's been quiet. It's been real quiet so far. And I think most teams are just looking to get those points pumped up a little bit more. Honestly, if you are any team inside this lobby, you're looking to stop Alpha 7 dead in their tracks, though. That's really important. Yeah. So you sort of coming to this agreement early on in the game is like, we kind of don't want to give away points early.
Yeah, I mean, if you're every other team, you got to have a serious eye when it comes to A7. If you even hear shots and you notice them in the feed, like, you need to be heading that direction, to be honest. Yeah, because, I mean, even if you're a team that, let's look at GOAT, 9th place, 69 points, all right? They're going to need some serious points here to step themselves up in the prize pool. They don't want this tournament to end any earlier. You know, trying to get first place is going to be tough. But if you could stop them, I think you got it. Let's see what E-Arena could do here as Joker with the run over. Gets a nice little elimination here off the rip.
I see you crunch the car in. sort of served him up on a plate on the underside of the vehicle. A little bit of the hot plate there, to be honest with you.
Sunny side up.
It's very much sunny side up. And the arena's still going. Lewis here with nade in hand, looks to pop it over towards Tony K, but we'll put the pin back in for the time being, but there is shots from across the way too, so a little bit of a side angle. Not sure what Joker thought he was doing there. He did just play right into their hands.
Yes, he did. Let's see what Lewis can do here. He's got that nade locked and loaded. This should be a pretty easy one to hit. Yeah, Turney knows. I got to go ahead and push up, but it's a little bit too late. Lewis getting the flush, and that's E-Arena in big trouble with only one lap left.
Yeah, one player left alive there. We'll just get the res beacon on.
He's
it's fine. You know, we need more men in here, and more man's the one to do it.
Getting it locked and loaded here. And this is the squad everyone's got their eyes on. Alpha 7 playing it very careful all the way up in the north side. Thunder Talk is mighty close, though. We'll see if they happen to get into some action here in a second.
Yeah, I think for Alpha 7, you're trying to play it as safe as possible. Currently, they're right on that north side. And it is worrying them being around Thunder Talk. This team sort of is a little bit topsy-turvy in terms of their gameplay. So at any moment, they could just swing to the side like that shark, the Flint shark.
Yeah. You know, it's always like, those are always the biggest threats to these teams that really got nothing to lose here. The local squad showing out for their hometown. The crowd going crazy. 5 eliminations here off the rip. They got to be feeling pretty good.
Absolutely. They got to be feeling real good right now.
Oh, yeah.
Back in business.
Back in business.
Back in business. R8, the Saudi team. Honestly, I've been very impressed with R8 throughout the entirety of this tournament. Throughout the entirety of PMGC, in fact. Very, very good stuff coming through from R8. I can only hope that they continue. I'm very excited to see what this team can put up in future years as well. I mean, there's still a chance to day 4. They're not exactly too far behind. But you're right. The circle shifting over towards the west side and shifting on top of D+ is a bit weird.
Yeah.
D+ get a win on their first game of the day. They're like, hey, there might not be a last game.
Yeah.
So we got to do it first.
We can't mess around here. You know, it's so crazy. I was talking a little bit on the desk. We got a chance to talk to them. And you could just see the frustration on their faces because I was like, you know, why is it? What makes the last game so different for you guys? And they all just looked at me just stone-faced. They were just like, we don't know. We don't get it. Like, why is it that we win the last match? I don't know, but I'll take it. And you know what? Hopefully we see them make an adjustment. That last game, though, yesterday, it put them in a show. That's for sure, right? They're at 62 points right now. If they win this rondo, we've seen them put up a 30-point game in the past. They just got the circle here. Who knows? Who knows what could happen?
Who knows?
Who knows?
We'll know in 10 minutes or so.
That's a fact. That's all fact.
But yeah, I think for D+, people were very, very surprised with that performance yesterday. 18 elims was pretty monumental for that squad. Reclam Kai here spotting a team sidling on pass. I mean, Flash getting a little bit close for comfort. They are quite literally brawling in the vehicles. And Flash just does not give a damn.
Yeah, out of there. Out of there. Man, it's so interesting. Honestly, I'm sensing nerves. I'm sensing some tension in the air here on the final day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very obvious here in Rondo. I think even on that Miramar we had Impala, yeah, really not a lot happens on Impala usually anyway.
Yeah.
When you get a circle like that. But there was even less happening here at PMGC. Teams are like, hey, we're going to sit still. We're not going to make too many mistakes. Vampire, though, on the other hand, you're right. Nothing to lose here. This team has everything to gain. And they are being the one team, I think, that's starting the most fights in the lobby.
Yeah. And it happens to be against DRX, right? DRX are already down one player. They're in second place right now. They cannot afford to lose this. And Hyunbin gets a huge nade. They're onto the bowl. Let's see what Lazarus can do. Uh-oh. Not the best start to this one. DRX.
Yeah.
Yeah, closing the vice grips. Oh, and getting those elimination points.
Yeah, that wasn't the best start. Was not the best start for Lazarus at all. Whatever.
Hey.
Whatever. It happens. It happens.
You know what? I appreciate it, though. I will admit, right? If you're a team at the bottom, go nuts.
Yeah.
Go start
today's
pushing
the
everybody.
day.
You know, like, you can't possibly make a historic comeback if you don't go for it. And just sitting center circle ain't going to make it happen.
I mean, they're doing it again. They really do not care. they're just sending in teams that are feeling a little bit scared today, but Vampire's ready to bite down on anyone that comes across them on their path. Luckily, we move away from the water up towards that northwest side, a little bit easier to work with. We do have that high ground set around where Alpha 7's currently playing as they wrap downwards. We also have Alter Ego making that same approach. It's a worrying one for Alter Ego being so close towards Alpha 7. This is a big spray down coming through from the Mad Bulls, and Alpha 7 might just be pinched here, Hot Jukes.
They're in big trouble. Let's see how they're going to be able to get out of this one here. One thing that's always so good is out for Alpha 7 is they're so good at that edge style play, but I totally get it right here. They got a good beeline right towards the center. In this position, honestly, Alpha 7 would want to kind of have a little bit of a handshake agreement with Mad Bulls. Just say, hey, you know what? Y'all stay on this side. We'll stay on this one and just finish this out top two. But if you're Mad Bulls and you realize it's A7, you got to go for this fight.
Yeah, you do. I mean, they've already got that first knock, right? So they know. They've got a good, clear idea of who this is. For the Mad Bulls, you know, they are down in 10th place. But the thing for them is that for a 10th place team, it means all the more to stop Alpha 7 in their tracks, because that gives you so much more opportunity throughout the day to climb those ranks. You're probably not getting first place, Jukes.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you might be getting 5th, 4th, 6th. And that's a big jump up in cash.
That's a fact. I mean, even Mad Bulls, I mean, it's so crazy because you can put a 20-point game up here, and you're at 65.
Dude,
you put 20, you're in 5th place. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like, man,
Hello.
I guess I get why teams are playing this so passive, because it's still all possible. But at the same time, like, you know that Alpha 7, DRX, Alpha, they're going to get a good game under their belt.
Yeah, they looked at D+ yesterday like, this is one game, is it? Just one game, is that all you need?
18 eliminations.
You tell me that's all you need?
That's it? That's it? Hey, well, you know what? Tony K ends up getting his whole squad back up for the most part. And now they are back in the action. 6 eliminations here off the rip. Uh-oh.
I mean, Doc does go down. He's on a bit of a Doc split.
It's a bit.
It is actually quite a wide split right now from APG.
That's full-fledged docketing right there.
Yeah, and I mean, in my head, every time I see this, I'm like trying to make sense of why it's happening. Is it bad? Is it good? Because I'm like, do they have like some secret strategy? Kind of no. Reefus does go down. Kraken's like, why is that nade not popped just yet? So runs out the side. But I think Ziol's very nadeable here.
Ends up dodging it for now. Let's see what Ziol can do in a 1v2 situation. He's got the S12K. Ah, great teamwork there from GOAT, shutting down APG.
You know what I will say, Jukes, though? We're coming way back to everything else that always happens. If Doc goes down, everyone does not need to die for Doc to live.
No! Save the Doc! Save the Doc!
We don't need to save the Doc. He's not the goddamn medic on the team. He's not. He might be called Doc, but he is not administering any help.
Maybe that's the problem.
Yeah,
Maybe he needs a name change. You know what I'm saying?
I think so.
Let's see what happens here, though, as we get moving on here. Team Flash, right here on the edge of circle. They are way far out of the zone, especially considering Ulf is going to be gatekeeping them. So they want to get this fight done as fast as possible.
I mean, Alpha 7 still staying up in this game. I mean, they are on 3 players, but they are living, and they have a spot to play with, which is nice. I think most of the teams coming through on that northeast side, the ones that are going to struggle a little bit. D+ have had their compound cut out. Thundertalk taking shots over towards Bose, and I mean, Bose, as well as the Flash, are kind of visible on this lineup.
Yeah.
For Kara, it's been the most annoying for them. They've dealt with Vampire, and they've dealt with Flash coming over here as well. And they're just struggling to leave.
They can't catch a break here. And this is the problem, is like, especially when you're in the final day, every point matters. If you're caught in a spot like that, they're going to do everything they can to soak up those eliminations and stay there even longer. And that is Regnum Karya out. So the 5th place team not able to get a single elimination here in Rondo.
Yeah. Well, I told you. I told you guys. Regnum Karya is not a Rondo team.
That is a fact.
Okay, I did say that. I did say that.
Yep. True, proven to be true.
I'm redeemed.
That's it for Rondo.
I feel like I'm redeemed. That's it.
Yeah,
that's it for Rondo.
No more second chances here. You know.
Ghost doing kind of well, honestly, this match. 5 elims, only 2 players. APG's out. Again, for APG, so annoying. So very annoying. I thought we kicked that bad habit ages ago for APG. If Doc goes down, we just do not need to send the whole squad.
Yeah, it's so tough. And it's so crazy, especially here at this later stage. So close yet so far. You got DRX there, now moving into the zone. In some trouble here, though. You got D Xavier, Bada Bada Jin, throwing some nades from downtown. Oh, looking really rough here. Hyunbin has to hit the shot and misses
Sorry?
it.
What was that?
I don't know, that smoke was...
You haven't seen a spray like that before?
Maybe he thought he ran into the smoke on the right, but his teammate runs right into a nade from Nade T. And Hyunbin, oh my goodness, these nades are devastating for DRX.
Did he swing around in his chair? Gyro got mixed up? What happened? What happened? DX Xavier is absolutely picking them to pieces. And DRX down.
Wow.
On a really good chance as well there. And it's DX Xavier to go a little bit further. I'm so incredibly surprised by what we saw from Hyunbin. Usually he's so on point. He had vision for so long. Yeah. I don't know what happened over there.
Just missed the shot. That's so unfortunate here. I mean, this is the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile esports. The nerves are at an all-time high.
I felt like he missed the shot on purpose. Yeah, it's like he saved his life.
Yeah, he did.
I don't think you can call that missing the shot. He was like, I'm going to give you a pass.
There you go. Just, hey, survive. Survive. And honestly, for DX Xavier, that's best case scenario.
It's huge.
Right?
It's huge.
They take out DRX. They get 4 eliminations. They heard the desk complaining, say, hey, it's about time you put some points on the board with eliminations, not placements. So that's a great start for them. But how are they going to finish here as we're about to reach the next circle? Where's it going, Blake?
I'm going to call Southwest. We're going Southwest on this one.
Center.
We're going to keep you going center?
Center, dead center.
Okay,
Make it toxic. Wide open field. North!
Oh, northeast. Okay. It does keep D+ in. I mean, D+ very happy about this, and we are going to go from the technical back-to-back here.
Right you are. D+ on the north side, trying to get the first win of the day rather than the last. And they got 4 points so far, 66 total. This could be the craziest, it will be the craziest comeback in esports history if D+ were to do something
they're
crazy.
just like, yeah, I don't feel comfortable losing.
Yeah, you know what? The death said it was impossible for them to come back. Maybe we just make it possible.
Yeah. I think that's the thing. They're playing a mental warfare with us right now. They're saying, hey, we can only win on the last game on Miramar. No one's afraid of them. They're like, then they bring out the special, day 3.
The zone even goes their way. Everything's lining up perfectly for it. A7 got into the circle. No elimination so far. They're playing it very careful.
Oh, my God.
Amori with the stiff arm.
Crazy stuff going through from Amori there. I mean, the way he just stepped out as well, that's confidence.
Dude.
That's confidence.
He's one of those players. He's just one of those clutch factor players that's going to make that big play. Let's see if he can do it again, though. Sitting. Uh-oh. Oh, my gosh, he does! The heat-seeking missile from Amori keeps his team alive a little longer. Now Sitting is out with Barajin coming in for the third party.
Damn.
He wants that Porsche Cayenne.
He does want that Porsche Cayenne.
He wants it real bad.
Bad. Well, okay. I mean, Amori not willing to give up just yet. Alpha 7 looking to make the cross now. This is the most important thing happening in the circle right now. And this is a good ramp down towards the south side. But it's not far enough. They've got to go further than this. And DX Xavier wrapping around the wings there, down to 3 players. Weezao lines up the nade, knows he's on the tree. That's nasty.
Oh. Alpha 7, the teamwork coming in here clutch with the run over. DX Xavier having to drive away from this one. They are in the zone though. Now gonna have to switch focus and trying to gatekeep A7. But A7 should be able to make a wide wrap to the south. DX Xavier getting peppered though, trying to find a spot in the inner circle here.
Yeah, I think they could easily make a wide wrap down towards that south side, over towards Amori. I think that's 100% possible. But also it's Amori, so I don't know. We'll see if he goes for the 1v3. It's very hard.
If he gets this 1v3, oh my goodness.
It will be legendary. Will actually be legendary.
He needs to get that Porsche Cayenne, and what do you think the first song he plays?
Yeah.
It's got to be That's Amori, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense. Let's take a look at Alter Ego, though, here. Finally, all 4 players up in the end. Let's see if
you were saying a big chicken dinner pie in the sky? Is that what we're going for? That's Amori?
Yes!
Okay. I get it now. I get it. I get it. I get it.
It seems on brand.
Yeah. I think it is. I mean, we made it on brand.
That's right.
Great nades from D+, though. Ulrigo pretty tightly knit at the moment. That's a lovely circle again for D+, but they got to win this fight. And the fact that Ulrigo was able to get here is pretty nuts to me.
Finally, though. Finally, all 4 up. Can they hold on, though? D+, look at that. You got Chips way far in that back line there. Holding off the angles. When he's going to try to get that rotation to his team, I'm not sure if he has a vehicle there. Mad Bull's just trying to steal some eliminations on the edge. But this is the big battle right here from center position.
They're just taking nades back and forth. Rosemary not down yet. Alva's going to need to start looking to get that res soon. Drops into the tiny ditch. It's a nice airburst. It's an insane airburst. I'm surprised Alva doesn't go down to that as well.
That man is half an HP at this point.
He is.
Does get
Cut that
first
0.5.
nade. Yeah.
And we don't round up.
No, we do not. Krypton looking to round out his MVP performance here. This is such a tough spot to hit nades. He's got to, yeah, the airbursts have to be perfect, and Noble is really doing a great job. Alva down again, now knocked, and here comes the flush from D+.
Yeah, they're not messing. I think it's kind of a crazy push though, knowing that Mad Bull sort of have that sidelines over towards this. Amuri somehow runs himself over. He's like doing a wink, nod over towards the Porsche at the moment, but it's Alter Ego to go down, and D+.
Uh-oh.
They'll lose a player, but they maintain control over the center. And they take a knock there. 8 elims though, this is a pretty good start.
This is a really good start. The big thing though that I'm looking at though is Alpha 7. They're still alive. Remember guys, the smash rule. The smash rule comes into effect. If they win this game, that's 10 placement points. They are officially in that smash zone.
Yeah, I mean, Amuri eliminated himself. So they didn't even have to worry about wrapping down towards that south side. It's fine.
He didn't want Alpha 7 to get the point.
That's true.
That's what he sensed. Alpha 7 nearby. It was like, oh, we cannot let this happen. I'm out of here.
I can feel their spiritual presence.
That's right. The pressure.
The spiritual pressure. Alpha 7's reality is pretty high right now. It is true. It is true.
Oh boy. The calm before the storm here. Stage 6. Everyone's just waiting for this next zone. This is that planning phase. Right now, all the IGLs telling their teammates, hey, zone goes this way. We're going that way. Zone goes on us. Shoot at everything that moves.
I mean, for Mad Bulls getting themselves up towards that point on the side, or at least having an anchor there with Lemon is big. Squeeze out goes down, and he is absolutely unresable. But it's second place for elims. That's the 10 points. That's them on match point, right?
Yep.
Do you know what? For them, they don't even care about this chicken dinner right now. They just care about hitting 10 points.
That's the goal. That's the goal. If they can do it here in match 1, they have 5 more matches where all they got to do is the same thing. Even if it's a 0 elimination chicken dinner, they're champs instantly.
Yeah. And hey, I mean, America is one of the few regions where we actually did see Smash happen.
Sure. So that's a big experience that they have above, amongst everybody else. They saw how the Wolves were able to get it done.
Like, they just play passive?
Survive?
Like cowards? Yeah, we can do that. I'll do that for some free, a bit of the free meal.
I'll wipe my cowardly tears with $100 bills. You know what I'm saying?
So right.
Absolutely right. All day long. Revel, he's looking for that MVP. I remember the last time I talked to him at the World Cup when they won. And I was like, what's the first thing you're going to buy? And he said, a brand new car. So he might just...
I don't need it.
You might get a free one here.
Yeah. No matter, brother. Every time I've talked to Revo, super nice guy.
The best.
Super nice guy. It does remind me that the other players I'm trying to talk to don't speak English, but he'll talk to me in English as much as he can. And I'm like, thanks, bro. I appreciate that.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. Spread the good word. Let's see what happens, though, here with T+. 9 eliminations. The big threat again is A7. They're outside of the circle. They're on the south side here. We'll have to see what kind of utility they have to be able to get in this next zone. But honestly, if they just wait a little longer, there could be a fight that rings out and they could third party it.
A lot of emergency flares going down right now. The
they're the open.
Are in full effect. But some good usage of the nades here to create small craters for Alpha 7 to get up, but time is running out. Absolutely, time is running out. But they just want to get up towards this tree, right? Once they start getting towards these trees, life becomes a little bit easier. Kind of curious on the smoke situation on that team, though, because they do need those relatively soon. Carrillo goes down. I think prospects for Revo aren't looking too good right now.
This is tough. Yeah, once they realize it's A7, the whole lobby's not going to stare here. Yeah, Revo running, gets into the dip, survives a little bit longer, but I don't see any other team even looking in any other direction. They're like, Alpha 7's there, we got to stop him.
Come on. I mean, yeah, no smokes, no nothing. She's going to have to do it whatever he can. Straight back down. Oh, my my god!
Zone, it's coming!
He's got nowhere to go either, I don't think. He's going to be right on the outside. He just needs other teams to fight one another. That means being in this next circle.
It's not going to happen. I'm telling you.
He's going to have to make the run of a lifetime.
Every player, every player is staring just like, no, you must go out, and then we'll figure out everything afterwards.
Yeah, 4th place, I don't think that's going to be enough. It depends how many Elims Alpha 7 were able to get this game, but we'll tally all that all up over on the desk when you head back over there.
Yeah. Make a little shimmy, a little shuffle on over there real quick.
C+ though, top 3.
That's big. They already got a good amount of eliminations too. Let's see what they can do against the Mad Bulls though. Mad Bulls definitely have the advantage here when it comes to high ground, but this is out of sight of the circle. Oh, there you go. D+ are out just like that. It's Mad Bulls versus Ulf.
Ulf with a lot more to lose here. I think Ulf so far, they won yesterday's rondo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're looking to make that number 2 today. And Ulf, the util looks pretty nice. I think both teams like kind of are starved out a little bit. They've got enough grenades to work with. I think with that circle moving over towards the east side though, it's feeling like the Wolves going to be eating good again at the start of the day.
It's possible. The thing is that they have the positioning, they got the cover. The problem is they're so separated. If one gets knocked, there's just no res coming out, especially for Solus there on that off angle. So Solus just needs to play this very quietly, wait for the zone to push Mad Bulls, and just not get knocked. That's the big key for Solus here. He's got good coverage here with his dip.
Really does. Pusher's making a hell of a move out to the side. Catch catches it. He's not letting that happen. Not one bit. For Mad Bulls, that drops us down to a 3 versus 3, which is infinitely easier to handle. That is a long lob on the net. Oh my goodness me. What a barker.
You can see his player cam. He smiled after that one, hitting a nice little headshot. Oh, almost runs right into the nade though. Catch on the drive up, gets the headshot, and now it's just Tulika all by himself.
Tulika on the sidelines. Catch this. As Catch will find himself an unreal finish. Some insane bravado towards the end there. Coming through from Ulf. They didn't want to play that one out slow. They just wanted to go. And they find an incredible win over at the start of the day. That's going to push them up by quite a bit, guys, as well. I think we got to take into consideration a little bit of that. For Alpha 7, I don't think they got enough points there to make sure that they got over towards match point, but who knows? I was kind of focusing on a lot of other things happening in that lobby. With D+, get a few points on board. They're pushing things up. Mad Bulls not able to make that push. I feel like Mad Bulls had some decent rotations during the majority of that. Unfortunately, it does just all go to pot in the end with kind of an aggressive push from, I mean, no less than Pusher on their squad. But yeah, I think that did look infinitely better for Mad Bulls than recently. Let's take a look at what the desk has to say about that last match.
And what a match that was. Look at this last fight here with Ulf and Mad Bulls. I saw you pop it off here, Max.
Oh, yeah, Mad Bulls, what a game. Hey, by the way, welcome back to the desk.
Oh, yeah,
just back with the boys over here. No, what a game from Mad Bulls. And there was one pivotal play here that I know that Me7 were talking about that allowed them to get in a game-winning position for Mad Bulls. It was to make sure they coexist with D+ Kia. But all of that, anyways, does not work out because Ulf are the true kings of Rondo here, going into PMGC Grand Finals, back-to-back win. Yesterday was just one player, Scarface, making it happen, and here it's a full squad effort to secure that chicken dinner.
And talk about teams maybe targeting Alpha 7 there at the end. Boy, in that top 4, it looked more like a 3 versus 1. Everybody was just keeping their eyes on Revo and what they were going to be able to do for Alpha 7. A completely different pace of game style here as we're looking at the stats from Ulf. Congratulations, Ulf. That's back-to-back now with even more eliminations this round, actually being able to double the amount of eliminations that they got in the last one. But going back to what I wanted to say with Alpha 7, we didn't get a hot drop between them and Team Flash in Hemai Town. Team Flash actually decided to back off, which gave Alpha 7 even more time to play it slow. And we saw them playing slow, trying to find their way into the circle, Max.
I actually think it's a really good game plan for Flash to not hot drop it because, yeah, you lose 3, maybe full squad if you go for a full commit hot drop.
Yep.
You're giving half the points pretty much that Alpha 7 need to get in the smash zone. So very happy for them to give that one up. Though, some other hot drops were happening all over the place. We had here, for example, Kara versus R8 that And again, Omori, the clutches later on in the mid-game were just mental with the nades, especially cooked right around the corner. Beautiful execution. I'm telling you, Omori, again, still top player currently for the MENA region.
Max, you were absolutely right. Because
wait, say that again?
Omori. Max, you were almost wrong. Omori just kept playing and popping off for the squad, making sure that he ended up clutching up. One thing that I do want to mention, a completely different player, one of my favorite players this PMGC, none other than QXZZC from DRX. The way that player was able to just clutch up for the squad, go by himself, and make sure he had to drive between a lot of squads just to go for the recall.
It was like 4 or 5 teams, and he was able to barely make it out, go outside of the circle, out in the blue, go for the recall, gets the 4 team back up and tried to push back in. And then Xavier, the one time, they're like, how about we start playing aggressive? They go after DRX, the nades and that dip were just so easy to pull off. Not saying that it was not a bad play from Xavier. They was definitely well executed and aggressive at the right time to try and clear some space on the edge. But DRX, if you're on a bad dip like that, maybe it's just best to leave the dip, go on the offensive against Xavier so you don't just get naded into oblivion.
Yeah, let's take a look here at the match ranking. 24 points, Mad Bulls with 14, D+. Hey, starting off the day here with a nice 14 bomb 7.
One thing that I'm seeing here, those teams at the top, they're not in this first page of the match ranking. So that means that Alpha 7 was not able to do enough to get in that smash zone. We're going to have to play another match and see if they can get enough points. And as well, here you go. You got APG, just 3 points. DRX, just 2 points. Regnum, 0. These are squads that were wanting to hunt down Alpha 7, and Alpha 7 ends up gaining even more points on them, Max.
I mean, it's actually kind of mad because you're looking at Ulf, right, that was still in a really good position, and the fact they get themselves such a big chicken dinner here actually allows them to jump up significantly. They were currently in, that was going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th position right now. And because all the teams you already stated here, 7 got taken out of the equation so early on this Rondo match, guess what? Catch-up opportunity for Ulf is on the table right now, and Ketch also going to be your game MVP, 5 eliminations. To be completely honest, I was very critical about Fireflux. They kind of fell off 2 years ago. The resurgence, it's happening. Solus, we're seeing the guys, Ketch popping off. It feels like good old 2023 PUBG Mobile Esports here in Turkey.
You could have had a better start, honestly, if you're Ulf in this situation. You had so many top squads go out. Yeah, Alpha 7, oh my goodness! Second place! 7!
A squad that was able to start the day in 5th place jumps up all the way to 2nd place. Alpha 7 just 5 points away from the match point. And look at the chicken dinners. Ulf, if for some reason we don't end up going via the smash rule, right now Ulf is able to edge out Alpha 7 in regards to chicken dinners, Max.
Oh, that could be so impactful, though. Regnum Karia slipping down 5th position, taking the position of their old Turkish teammates here of Ulf. Quite unfortunate for them. And as I said earlier, right, Silas told me they wanted to play a bit more aggressive. Well, it didn't work out. Unfortunately for them. They tried to go for Hail Mary send in the center of the circle. In an open position like that, you need setup to maybe create some dips with grenades, C4, maybe put down some cover flares. In this case, it didn't work out, and the team got squad wiped in the matter of like 10 to 15 seconds. It was instant.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy part, too, looking at those leaderboards, 7, is you look at D+. They move themselves up more. If they win this next Erangel with a crazy amount of eliminations, they could be in the show here.
It's going to be a tough one, if I'm being completely honest. I'm going to have to be a realist here for D+. Yeah, they will not only have to win this match, they would have to make sure they win back-to-back in Erangel to even have a chance. And I hope that Alpha 7 doesn't end up getting those 5 points that they need at match point and stop them from getting the win. So yeah, a lot of stuff is going to be out there for this squads. But I see what you're saying. You're there with me in regards to you want to see possibly a back-to-back champion like what we saw in the past with Nova Esports. But for that squad, I mean, D+ playing like they got nothing to lose. Let's see if they can actually perform in this next match and get the win.
I mean, I like the way D+ played it. They had 2-2 split, then a 3-1 split, keeping chips in the city while the 3 players were holding on to the high ground position with Ultra Ego, and then they go for the full-on clash. Actually, I liked it. At the same time, didn't like it. I think he did hold the angle a little bit too long, but I think you mentioned it right, 7. It was to make sure you can clear the ridge so they don't get fully pushed over by Ultra Ego. But then when they have the fight with Alter Ego, eliminate that team, and Mad Bulls push up. They both understand we work together, solidify the position, eliminate Revo that's playing hide and seek on the edge of the map, and then we can easily both make it into a podium position on that Rondo game.
And that was one of those things for Alter Ego. You kind of feel bad, right? Because it's such a good position that more people are going to want it as well, that you're going to have them crashing onto you. D+, as you just mentioned, Max, wanted to be there close to them. Another squad that just kept peppering them, Mad Bulls from far away, and they just couldn't really focus on one fight because of that terrain too. I don't really remember what kind of utility that team was working with, but for Alter Ego, I mean, it's going to be tough here for some of these squads, boys, especially if we don't get a good performance out of them in the next match, and especially if Alpha 7 continues to just get closer and closer to that smash point.
Yeah. Just to finish on the teams like Alter Ego, the Mad Bulls, the D+ Kia, so many cover flares, right, on that hilltop.
Yes.
Really good usage. Blocking off-angle positions, maybe from like Ulf, even the side of, I think, Alpha 7 earlier on in this game. So the cover flares, I love seeing how they're being used in an even more efficient manner every single match. But anyways, we don't have any more cover flares for the rest of the day because we have no more rondos, so that's done.
That's it, just like that. And it was so crazy, you know, hearing Blank talk about Regnum Karya not being a rondo team. It's officially true, right? With this one, 0 points, no more rondos left. Regnum Karya are going to have to make it happen in Aaron Gale, Max.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they are looking like a good team. They drop center. They drop Rozok when it comes to Erangel, which is, rotationally speaking, just like Dig Xavier, very good because you're dead center of the map. And if there's any map they're going to do well for me, it has to be that one. They don't strike me as an amazing Miramar team, unfortunately, for Regnum Karya, so you better make them count. 3 matches, and then I think Regnum Karya are going to have a really hard time to make that climb towards the top.
Yeah, for Regnum Karya, I mean, I felt like they tried to do a little bit too much with zero scouting for that squad. They tried to split 4 teams in the previous rondo. It wasn't going to end up happening, especially when you try to send it towards the center of the circle too. I would have loved to see Regnum Karya play a bit more of that edge and see what you could do with the amazing fragging power that this squad has been able to showcase, but that wasn't the case. Now we switch focus over to Erangel. Just 5 points for Alpha 7. Can they do it? I personally believe they can. I'm just hoping they become a little bit more aggressive. You're not going for the win on this one, Alpha 7. Definitely get as many points as you want and as you can. But remember, you just need 5 points. So in that third match, you can end it via Smash.
Well, we're seeing adaptations in the lobby here, right? We saw Vampire all the way at the bottom. They got nothing to lose, pushing everybody, which we like to see, right? Because why not at this point? And then not to mention, you know, when the team saw that Alpha 7 were there was not a single shot rang out on anybody. It was just all eyes locked on them.
Yeah, actually, that reminds me of the Sertani pep talk we had back in the PMGC finals back in Jakarta in Indonesia. And he had with his team one of the biggest comebacks on that day 3 despite a really poor performance until then. Is that going to allow them to get in the middle pack? Winning is out of the question anyways for Vampire, right? But you know what? Maybe a middle pack position, extra prize pool that, again, could win a big portion of that $3 million prize pool in PMGC. Hey, a big push up in that last 8 is still a very nice thing to see from Vampire if they can keep it going.
Well, guys, let's get going into the first Aaron Gale of the day. Alpha 7 only need 5 more points to reach that smash zone. Will they get it? We are about to find out as we take it on over to our casters, Blake and me.
Well, thank you very much, Jukes, and I'll see you in approximately 5 seconds, indeed, as we head over towards Erangel now, our second match of the day. No smash ruling in effect just yet. Just yet. Not yet.
Not yet, indeed, but it could happen right here, right now. 5 points, honestly, shouldn't be a real sweat for Alpha 7 to get here, but they are playing a little bit differently, right? We heard 7, he was talking about how Alpha 7 kind of went full passive mode, which we get.
Hey,
right?
Yeah. It's not them, though, is it? It's not them.
Wow. And that's the thing is that when you adapt your playstyle here at such a big stage, man, you can get in your head so easily, second guess yourself on pushes, and that little hesitation at this high level, I mean, that could make or break you.
For Alpha 7, I mean, they're a team that loves to just play their own game, right? Mm-hmm. They want to take that position in the circle. They're going to go for it. I don't think they really suit that passive play style. I think once you hit that, I think you just got to play, get out of your head right now.
Yeah.
Once you're on that match point, sure, you got time. You do absolutely have a little bit of time to work with. We're going down from the southwest over towards the northeast. Yes, is in play. We're going straight back down towards the southwest on this one, so it's going to be a little bit of a late drop for teams over on that northeast side and a late rotate down. But for squads getting out early like Vampire, oh god, it's Vampire who's out early, isn't it? Okay, so they're going to get looted and start getting shooting over towards some of our other squads. That's rough. It's rough at best.
See Alpha 7, you know, not going to their North George drop. It was a little bit too far from the plane path, so they go on that east side. You can see them looking to possibly even wrap into Yasnaya here, try to get some loot, and then head on into this next circle. DRX, dead center in the zone. D Xavier as well. One thing that's so crazy to me, though, Blank. Oh, wait. Prison?
I don't get this.
Prison?
Yeah, I'm also confused. And it had to be Rosemary, right? It had to be Rosemary.
Always. Oh, Rosemary always getting caught in crazy situations. Man, Alter Ego is that one team that I look at, and it's so hard for me to get a good grasp on them because they have these crazy pop-off performances from single players, great opportunities, but then you just see these weird tiny mistakes that just make them fall apart.
It's funny because, you know, we've been talking about this on the cast quite a bit, where for Alter Ego, they're a team that is fantastic, so much potential, but like you say, they're clumsy. They're kind of like, they're a bit of a Velma.
That's kind of a good way to put it. You know,
They're
it's
a bit of a Velma team.
You know, it's like somebody lost their glasses, or there's some kind of communication issue or something that's causing it.
I've tripped.
Yeah, I've tripped, I fell, or like, oh, hey, oh, wait. I fell in Alpha 7. Was that? Oh my gosh, the turn. Oh, he has he has a pistol. Rebel with a pistol. Can he do it?
No
he
way.
Can't. And that's Alpha 7 down 2 off the rip.
There's no way you whip out the Mini 14.
The swap.
Yo, it makes no sense. Max looks so surprised. You got the Uzi in your hand. That's not the close range weapon, dude. The Mini 14 is not the close range weapon. Literally doing tricks.
I'll tell you one thing, right? Alpha 7 may have the fact that they have Alpha in their name, right? But with those players down, they ain't saving them. Unlike when it comes to Doc, you know?
That's true. Yeah, for Alpha Gaming, they would have absolutely just sent it towards that gas station. But yeah, we ain't sending it now. Amori with the highest elims in the lobby. Followed close behind by Loxy, actually. You know, I think Loxy has had a step up of the year. I think he always in the past was very, very good for Regnum Kaya, and you could always rely on him to be like the fragger of the team. But I think this year he's just set himself so far apart from the rest of the squad. No, that's a bad thing. I think the rest of the squad is very, very good. It's okay to have a superstar on your team. And again, they all provide different qualities, which is something quite rare in squads, honestly.
Yeah.
Where you get a player like Wild, who is your de facto survivor in the team. You got Silas, who scouts. You got Zedwolf, who's the off angler, and then you got Loxy just on these really, really good clutch moments and just being that central pusher on the squad. So cool, honestly. And I don't think that roster is going to be splitting or changing around for quite a while. You can quote me on that.
Yeah, they shouldn't.
Yeah,
they should.
They should. They should clip me on that.
Yeah, no, clip me on that, but they shouldn't change rosters.
They should. They should. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I'm waiting for the time when they do change the rosters, and it's my voiceover, which will be completely deserved, by the way.
Hey, you know what? I'll tell you what. There's been some superstar players that we've seen here in this PMGC, and the one thing that's the hardest thing to teach is clutch. You can only get it with experience, more reps at such a big stage. And, you know, Amori has proven himself, right? That, hey, you know what? When the lights are on, the crowd is roaring, I can hit the crazy shots.
He was born in the clutch, man. 100%. That's where he thrives. That's where he lives now, too.
That's right. Let's see what Doc could do, though. Alpha Gaming on the move when it comes to Ulf. This is starting to get a little bit scary here, you know, because it's shockingly close with how crazy all these squads are.
Yeah.
Almost anybody could put up a 20-point game, right?
Seven was talking about this on the desk, actually.
Yeah.
With Inner Circle and Gen G. I can hear you, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was talking about with Gen G and APG in Inner Circle. And then he kind of like lost his point a little bit. And then, you know,
brought it back.
Memory kicked back in again. And he's like, wait, that's what APG and that's what I'm talking about. But he was right. He was right.
Yeah.
In his own delirious way.
Hey, take that all day long. Also take that Polar Party Mini 14. You guys saw it there. Get in the game and get it as soon as you can. As we're looking at Ulf, feeling good, man, after that game one. 106 points in total. They are definitely positioned to be a huge threat to Alpha 7 now that they're only down to 2 players. But what are those last 2 players are going to do? Because you see Carrillo, he's already on the western side of Gatka, or actually North Quarry, putting himself in a good spot. I think it's hide and seek for Alpha 7 this game.
I think it's hide and seek as well. 5 points, it's not a crazy amount to put up. As 2 players on a angle, it feels a little bit improbable. But it's not out of the world of possibilities for that squad. And I think between Carrillo as well as Obscure, they got this. It's just you can't really be going down to Flash like that. That's a rough one over in Gas Station.
Oh man, they didn't see that coming. That's for sure.
They were so undiluted as well by the time they got there. I think that was the most stressful part for them. Because they had made that straight shot from Northeast Isnaya. I thought that they would. I thought they'd wrap over towards North George, honestly.
I mean, it made
but they
sense.
didn't go for it.
And
I think they're playing scared.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. It really does. It looks like they're in their heads big time here. I mean, you got Revel with a pistol going up against an Uzi and a Mini. You know,
but the Mini was the main problem.
The Mini was the big threat. That's for sure.
My Uzi may be small, but my Mini is smaller and deadlier.
That's right. Mighty. That's how you do it. Mad Bull's taking this spot. This is one of my favorite locations when it comes to these zones in Erangel. If you take these buildings, you have such a huge lay of the land when it comes to the south side. It's very difficult to push on. So I like the fact that Mad Bulls are taking the spot early.
Yeah, it's a great spot. Honestly, I've seen multiple times on the kind of circles where they go north on this one, which I'm hoping it is now because that will prove my point in a second. Please, please, please. No, never mind. We won't talk about Everest anymore, I guess.
Yep. Now it's not as good.
Well, yeah, we're heading back down towards the swamps, though, which is kind of annoying for Alpha 7 because I think Brazilian teams typically actually play quarry swamps really well, multiple times. And I think that it is frustrating for Alpha 7 now not having all 4 players because this could have been a really, really strong approach for them.
Take a look here as the rotations are starting to ring out here. You got Alpha 7 just hanging out inside a quarry. Definitely a lot of nooks and crannies they can hide in there. Hopefully try to steal some of the eliminations. They only need 5 to put themselves into that smash zone. But everybody right now, the calm before the storm, just trying to find a spot in this next location. E-Arena, all the way still in North George blue. They're rotating in super late here.
Yeah, also annoying for Alpha 7 seeing E-Arena just totally squandering North George. It's like, God damn it, guys. I mean, we could have played that. We could have been here so much sooner, past Hospital. Bit of a different approach here from Alter Ego as well. Regnum Kaya trying to play as central as possible. Feel like they do determine the center to a T mathematically, but it's Tulika going insane on the shots at the moment. And what is Regnum Kaya doing?
See ya!
They fall flat on their faces.
Back to back as well. What a rough start.
That might be GG, actually.
It could.
GG no read.
You're right. What can I say? What are you saying with this? I mean, this is...
You look so surprised and like, damn,
like,
yeah.
damn, that's true. True.
That's a true one.
Oh, my goodness. And Regnum Kaya crumbling here at the start. That is tough.
They still got time.
Yeah, they still got time. They still got points. But the problem is...
That does kill the man.
Yeah, you know what? We were talking about this, you know, Max and I, during all the earlier stages. I call it the last game curse of a tournament like this, okay? The last match of the day is never as you expected. There's squads that know they got no chance of making it, you know, into that first place position. They start pushing people like crazy.
Were you saying like a Lich casted a spell on Regnum Kaya today?
I'm telling you, it's like the last game of the day is so wild that you can't depend on it to try and get like a 20-point game or something like that, because it's just not the typical esports PUBG Mobile that we see.
Yeah.
So if I'm a coach or an IGL, I'm like, yo, we got to make something happen here and now. Oh, nice little vehicle switch there from Zeus. Getting knocked, though, and go back and forth. Shots ringing out. Ulf, hear this, though.
Yo, yes. Yes, you're right on Ulf. Right on Ulf coming straight in here from the sidelines. See if they can clean up off the back of this, but I don't think they got too much of a result off that, Jukes.
Yeah, it looks like Flash were able to just finish that out pretty quickly there. They did hear the noise, but they're going to have to push into this next zone here, as it looks like we're going to get a nice little Quarry Promosk Road finish.
Prefer this one. I prefer this one to North.
Yeah.
Very tough on that north side. Does create that little awkwardness with the basically the high ground that drops down towards that low ground on the road. But for Kara as well as Thunder Talk, it's not as bad as it seems down on the beachhead. I actually think that's a pretty nice location to play. It is just that wrap out late game, which is going to be unfun.
Yeah, that zone goes north. They're going to have a hard time. That's for sure. Let's see what Thunder Talk does. They are holding the pier right now. Kara, again, just losing players early. Not the PMGC that we're hoping for. But, man, they're starting to see a lot of congestion into this circle. Teams finding their spots. This next zone is going to be critical. Let's see what Ulf does. Uh-oh. They may have spotted Zing isolated here. And Scarface pushes up in and out. Zing's going to be in big trouble.
I mean, don't look like it to me. It looks like Zing just does not care. Finally, there's some shots back towards him. Scarface getting taken down as well. So for the second place team, that feels rough. There's Thunder Talk immediately in. We are in gear sighting right now with the immediate crash over towards the rest of the team to administer that triage to the rest of the squad. Keep him up and kicking. It was Vampire to find those shots, and I think that was a lazy, sort of over-optimistic push there from Ulf, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it just looked like a hit. They could have pushed him and just been like, all right, 3v1, no problem. But they hear him and just said, oh, maybe we go this way, and then all of a sudden just get taken out. That's what I'm saying. At this stage, any little second guessing, you're going to get punished for it all day long.
I definitely felt like second guessing with
oh my gosh,
Scarface dragging the feet, or in this case, dragging the pop tire. It did not look good, but a lovely nade over the top will take another down. I think that is resable though, so for Ulf, there's a possibility to keep this game rolling. Especially in second place, they want to put some more points on the cards because you got DRX chasing, you got APG chasing. This is sort of the perfect lineup over towards the top side of the lobby. Honestly, Alpha 7, Ulf, DRX, APG, Rectum Kaya, Alter Ego. What an amazing top 6 we have right now.
Yes, we do. Top 6 ready to go. Alter Ego, all 4 up here, getting towards that mid game. Getting some sightlines on APG, respecting them though. That is definitely the right play. Where's this circle gonna go, though? That's the question. If it heads over to Quarry, this is gonna be ridiculous.
Yeah, RA could get a great game out of it, but we'll wait and see. Because you're right, I think there is.
Oh my God.
Hold up.
All right. PMGC circles in full effect here.
You're right. Yeah, we're straight down towards that south side of Vampire. Might just be able to eclipse the lobby on this one. This could be a great game from them. They're able to hold the position, but teams are coming in real fast right now. They are burning rubber to get here.
Man, this is a worse circle shift for DRX. They were literally at the tippy top of the north side here. They're going to have to go through so many squads to try and push on in. Oh my gosh, DX Xavier are pushing right through the middle of everybody, but it's Alpha Gaming going up against Alter Ego. Top, gonna have to make this 1v1. Actually, no, Ziola's right behind him, and Alter Ego are out of there. Alva just gonna try and survive by himself.
Yeah, nice clean finish there coming through from Alpha Gaming. 3 elims now. Refus getting res by Ziol. That was a fairly nice hold there coming through from APG, but you do have D+, waiting in the wings at the moment. Breathing down the necks of Alpha Gaming. Kara as well, just still can't catch a break.
Yeah, can't.
It's having a bad day
It's
today.
like literally everything is just going wrong, and that's the unfortunate part of it. Some people get blessed, and some people have it tough, and unfortunately, that's Kara there. That was a big, big fight, though, for Alpha Gaming, right? 3 eliminations. They take out Alter Ego there. They are now inching closer to DRX. The prize pool jumps significantly here in these top 3.
Yeah, I mean, for DX Xavier, though, I think that was the big thing that we sort of missed there, which is not our fault. We were focused on the cool elims, the cool action going on. But they wrap down towards the south, and Kara wants to get a little bit of the pie down here on the beach. They'd like to get underneath the parasol alongside with Parajin and DX Xavier. But nades are spooky here. It's basically whoever can throw more first.
Yeah, that dip is really tough. I get it. I mean, it's so great position when it comes to the circle. but it's going to be very difficult to hold as Alpha very close to Vampire. Remember, Vampire, nothing to lose here. Now with that nade, they are on the push. Here we go. We can see right now Lazarus throwing in some nades. Doc trying to get the res onto Reefus as they inch closer. DXavier going to probably pop some shots off here from the third party, but they don't.
APG now look to reset on this one. Kara does go down in the meantime, so DXavier save themselves on this. So DXavier, they sort of took the slightly less good position, but APG, they wanted the actual position in the circle here versus Vampires, and they are happy to challenge for it.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty tough fight, though, because if they continue to wring these fights out, they're going to get third party, like, for sure. That is such a dominant position.
People want it.
Yeah. But it's also going to be difficult to rotate, too, because everybody's on the edge of the circle. As we look here at the edge, R8 getting into it with E-Arena. Joker making some shots onto Amori. Not going to be able to hit those from that distance. And, yeah, he's going to have to go ahead and take off. But, look, there's Alpha 7. Those are the two players right there. Oh, they are in such a tough position at that warehouse. If the zone goes south, which it most likely will, it's going to be very difficult for them to put those 5 points up.
Yeah, people are going to be wanting it. For APG, though, I think they're kind of okay to just coexist with Vampires at the moment, which is probably the best play to go for right now because you don't want to get third-partied. So as long as you can help each other out, you know, help a brother out in the middle of the circle.
Yeah.
We get like second or first. You know, that's okay. We can change that about.
That's the right play, 100%. You know, I think the reason why we saw that fight even start ringing out is because Vampire at the bottom, and they're just like, ah,
we don't want you here. Like, we don't have to share. We don't want to have to share, but we will. We will.
Oh, here we go. Alpha 7 trying to get those 5 eliminations. Oh, and they didn't. A 0-point game. And that is going to be one more match we're going to see guaranteed here, Blank.
That is massive news for every other squad inside the lobby right now. Every time we go to that screen and the boys over on the stage are able to see that Alpha 7 aren't in match point just yet, it's one more game of freedom. In fact, 2, honestly.
That's right.
So every time. So right now, the games cannot end until match 4. Every time we move that marker, teams getting happier to try and chase. It is a struggle right now, though, because second, third, fourth, so close together. It is a tight-knit leaderboard at the top side.
I'll tell you what, though, this is huge for Alpha Team, right? The fact that we had Alpha 7 go out there in a centralized position. They have the warehouse, 3 eliminations so far. With a win here, that could put them easily into second place, very close to first. Let's see how this is all going to play out, though. You got Mad Bulls going into it with E-Arena. Dead pack middle squad right now. 82 points with 6. Mad Bulls need to win this. Flip getting naded. That is not how you want to start this one off. And now you got Turney K on the push. This fight, though, just getting extended, taking so much time. Oh, but that looks like it. E-Arena putting Mad Bulls on the back foot.
600 damage right now for Turney K. Looks awesome. Honestly, another nade goes through. Won't be quite the airburst and catches Mormon. But nade inside his hand. Lemon's going to try and push forward, but won't even be able to get the knock there. The Thai team is up to 8 elims on this match. Their run not done just yet. 13th place on the leaderboards, but you know, between 78 in 10th place and 5th on 84 is nuts, right? It's really not that bad until you really get down towards Vampire in 15 with 48 points, but this is such a close lobby. Really Everyone's putting up points. Everyone's putting up points. So if we get to the end of this, if your favorite team went out in 12th, I don't think you can be too unhappy. It was basically 4th.
Absolutely. I mean, we heard as soon as that fight rang out, the crowd going crazy for E-Arena because they realized, like, yeah, 68 points so far. They win this game, another good one. They're in the show for some big money here.
Yeah. It's an amusing one. And they get the entirety of the Northern Circle to themselves after basically being the lone winners of all of that engagement in the woods that sweep across that area.
Take a look here where this next circle is going to go. Will it head on over to the beach? Will it head on over to that long road? Either way, I think no matter where the zone goes, Vampire and APG are going to be good, at least for the next circle. Let's see how they decide to play. Oh my gosh, they are locked dead center of this position. So Vampire, APG, all they got to do is just look at it each other direction, handle everybody else, and that could be an easy first, second place finish from these two squads, but they're gonna have to stop the pushes as all teams have their eyes locked on that compound.
Yeah, I reckon teams probably wish that they'd crashed this a little bit sooner.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, I think for Alpha Gaming.
Oh,
my God!
Bye-bye!
That's some shrapnel. And the King lays down the Scepter. Damn, that's rough for D+.
That one hurt. Here comes the Arena on the push now. Nice little defensive nade there from Lazarus. Stops Joker. Let's see how they push this. Alpha Gaming are very, very close, but I don't know if they leave this building to push this. Let's see how this goes, though, as Lazarus trying to find the off angles here. The Arena don't have time to get this res off. They have to fight this. Tony K is holding off that position there. Mormon got that nade locked and loaded. Can he hit it on the Tony K? He doesn't. We switch on over, though. Tony K on the other side. Hey, Vampire making it happen here on the final day.
We ain't the only high squad in the lobby.
That's right.
All right. I'll put some respect on the name. Good shots, but for APG, they're starting to sweep right now. Jukes, they're moving through it. Alpha Gaming looking to get something done. Mialak is down. Lazarus, Tony K looking to hold out. A long nade into the building. Doesn't find anything of the sort, though.
Alpha Gaming just had that itch. They could not stay still. Said, you know what, we got to start making the moves. But it's E-Arena that finish out Vampire.
11 eliminations on the match. What a great game it has been here for E-Arena. Marcel makes his way in, but pretty sure NC2 knows, no?
Yes, he does. He has to know. Yep. Uh-oh. Just missed that nade there. NC2 playing it very quiet. Oh, and not going to be able to get that one. As now, look, DRX on the push. Xavier have just been holding this little beach for the whole time, though, being very, very quiet.
I think NC2 might be safe, though, because APG pretty sure now they've cleared him.
That's fact.
They thought he was the last player. Marcel's the one who kind of creeps in, plays body double right there for NC2.
Works out for him here, and now APG are just battling it out with DRX. There's still so many top squads in this one, Blink. You got 2nd through 4th still alive, Xavier in 6th. Big threats, and then, man, it's still so crazy to me looking at these numbers. 12th and 13th place are not that far away.
71-72 at the moment. Thunder Talk, after all the good they did over in their PMGC, clearing away one of the most dominant teams throughout the league stage, just have not been able to truly transition that through over towards the grand finals. Can we even say that with how close this lobby is? I think we just have such strong teams here. Alpha Gaming, though, I was going to talk about this earlier before we started getting some fighting on board, is that they were the only team with the balls to make this move.
That's right.
All right?
Yep.
They had the gusto to go for it, and I think that that's what a lot of other teams are missing at the moment. I don't think they would have gone for that, but Alpha Gaming is like, this is the winning play.
I love that about Alpha Gaming. You know, like some teams and some players, when everything just starts getting so hectic, they default to a certain play style. And it looks like Alpha Gaming just prefer aggression, right? Let's go and get it the hard way. Just push and see what happens. And this time, it pays off big time. Alpha 7, shockingly, right, decided to go on the passive side of things, and they're getting punished for it. Or they did get punished for it, big time.
Yeah, big time. I mean, APG, likely they'll set themselves up with chicken dinner here and a couple more eliminations for a next game match point. Same with Ulf, they can keep pushing through, but they're down to 1 player now, so it's a little bit more difficult. DRX, I don't really see them doing it with just the 2 players they have and the 0 Elim game. Maybe if they get up to a top 3, potentially they've set themselves up for the next match, but probably will have to be a pretty large game off the back of that one. But looking at this circle, likely that Xavier, Ulf, as well as Thunder Talk go down in the next shift, which should be coming through soon. You just got a Southeast hard shift. It's not very likely you're going to get another one, in my opinion.
It's going to be really tough for Xavier here. I mean, they still have a path on into this next zone with a crash. But the problem is you got Thunder Talk on the other side that are looking at them. Yeah, they're both looking at each other. And that's making it difficult for both squads. Honestly, this is one of those times where, like, if you're Thunder Talk and Xavier, you should kind of look at each other and be like, hey, let's just push together. Because if we don't fight this out, we're both going out right here, right now. But Alpha Gaming are like, nah, we're not going to risk that. Let's start putting on these shots and get some points on the board.
DRX definitely trying to pick something up where they can over towards DXavier. And I think DRX understands that, hey, we are center right now. We do need to sort of capitalize off the back of that. And DXavier is the team we have angles on towards. Aaron? Okay.
Sneaky.
Makes it up.
Oh, Thunder Talker so much in trouble right now as Marajin gets knocked in return, but they'll still have plenty of time to get him back up. That's 5 eliminations from DXavier. Next circle goes on over to APG.
King still has it, but you're right. Does center up over towards APG, and it ain't easy being the king as he does go down in the circle on that southeast side. DXavier slowly mending themselves inside of this circle right now. 86 points. A lot of those points came through from day 1. Day 2 was a complete wash, in my opinion. Absolutely. But this is a big APG game.
Huge game. Huge game for APG. They just broke that 100-point mark. Currently sitting in 3rd place. Oof is still alive, though. They're going to be able to sneak away some placement points here. Aaron's actually in a really good spot on that ridgeline. I definitely think he's actually going to get some pretty serious placements. But this fight's going to ring out at any moment. And honestly, it's going to be deciding on who fights first. Like, if you're DXavier, what do you do in this position? I think you just kind of wait it out, hope for a fight, and then finally make that push.
I mean, to be honest with you, they sort of control center right now. Stage 9 is where it's all at. And there's not an unlikely possibility that DXavier could win this game if they play it slow enough and they set it up well enough. But I think this team is battered and bruised, right? The vests are shredded on this squad.
That's the X factor right there, though. Doc pushing on out, gets knocked top, though, really quick on the res. I'll tell you what, man, if Doc gets knocked, the whole team goes crazy.
No.
Aaron!
Oh, yo!
Aaron takes the shot, gets the double!
Oh my God, I felt it. I felt that. I felt that.
I just got quiet because I was like,
I know,
this
dude.
is crazy.
I know. I actually saw that happening. I mean, with Aaron, you kind of really can't count him out from making that happen. But for APG, this is terrible news. Now this makes their next game that they play, because getting the chicken dinner now, it's not certain. They haven't had the time to set up going into this Zone 9. They've had to get themselves back up to 70% HP, and they haven't had those stims rolling. So none of them are 100% right now.
Yeah, good thing for them, though. They have that side cleared out now that Aaron's gone. So
I mean, look at that, though. Like, that's a lineup. Right?
That is.
You're about to get gunned down.
DXavier, oh my goodness. So set up here with this ridgeline. So easy. This is definitely not an easy rotation. He's going to go out, and Top's actually going to take that point.
Yeah, nice steal indeed. Top.
11
elims is great. I mean, even if they go down now, it's a 17-point game for them, but I think they would love the chicken dinner as well as all of these elims. Because yes, you lose out on the 4 points from not getting the chicken dinner, but you also lose out on the 4 points right here as well on those players. This is a cheeky angle, a very cheeky angle with a nade on top as well. Paragin's very low, and suddenly DXavier running scared. Another nade sent through, and it is perfect and on point.
They're stuck. They're completely stuck out. Reefus with this off angle is looking too good. That nade locks and loads it. It's all up to Levis by himself, and that is it. Alpha Gaming get the chicken dinner right when they needed it.
It's a massive win for APG. It looked deadly. The two solos almost ruined it for them. Aaron able to find a double and then almost find top of the window. That guy's on target, top on top. Such good work from them. And again, that is a huge game. 4+ points off the back of the win, 4+ points off the back of the DXavier players. That is a big jump up in the amount of points they're able to get. They're in the same boat as Alpha 7 now.
Yeah. Alpha on Alpha action.
Alpha on Alpha
I'm telling
action,
you, this
right?
is crazy.
There can only be one.
The battle of the Alphas right here. I mean, and you know what? They showed their alphaness by making that push onto Vampires. We take it on over to the desk.
So much, Dukes, a battle. Thank you so much, Jukes. A battle by the beach finish on our Erangel, first Erangel of the day here, day 3 of the PMGC Grand Finals. And it's getting spicy. Battle of the Alphas, as Jukes said, Max.
It's maybe not Alpha 7, but I know that here's 7. He's hyped. The Alpha Gaming win you've been waiting for, it finally happened, and in a very interesting fashion here for Alpha Gaming.
The team that I ended up picking to be my champions for 2025 PMGC finally waking up, and to be fair, I gotta give them props because this team was able to adjust. I even mentioned at the beginning of the day, I was scared that some teams were going to bridge camping. That ends up happening with Ulf ends up backing up, they delay it, and then Alpha Gaming, we finally see the aggressiveness. We finally see the fragging power, Max, from all these players, even with Dogs. 603 damage, he's still able to perform for the team, but there was something that happened at the end that we were a bit of scratching our heads.
The docketing came back for one game, and Eren almost got himself a double onto not only Doc, which he did end up flushing, but almost got also the knock and the flush onto Zjol, trying to go for the final res and saving Soldier Doc, but it did not work out, luckily enough for APG. They keep 3 players alive, and even play the roof angle, which I was screaming at the end at Dig Xavier, just deny the points, don't give it for free, but this is why you want to hold on to your utility until the very later stages of this game, because guess what? They didn't even have to take the fight here, 7. They just chuck 3, 4, 5 nades, squad wipe, easy pickings here at the end.
And talking about Alpha 7, I mean, they only needed just 5 points to get through that smash threshold, and they were not able to. At Circle, I mean, the playing path actually is what kind of set them off wrong. We thought that they were going to go Lipovka. Some other teams ended up overtaking Lipovka. We thought they were going to maybe go on a wider wrap north all the way to Georgia. That was not the case, and they get caught by E-Arena.
I think they tried to change their rotation path, and they just don't know which team is going to be where, and they get caught off guard. They lose 2 players. I mean, who would expect that to happen with Team Flash, right? They got the mini 14 Flash at the end, swapping from the Uzi. He got his backup from his teammate Zeus in the back. Very odd playstyle from Alpha 7. I feel like they are feeling the pressure currently in this game, and they are starting to fumble a little bit. The day 3 throw is going on.
It seems to be that a lot of these teams that have high expectations are starting to kind of fumble, right? Alpha 7, Regnum Carrier Esports, another donut. Like, what is going on here, guys?
For Alpha 7, the big question mark, I was even mentioning it yesterday, this squad has gone into the final day of a PMGC in the past, in the first place, and they end up choking. Right now, what we're starting to see is I feel like the pressure is starting to get to them. Even though I got a chance to talk to Rebel, even though I got a chance to talk to some of the players, and they were looking confident, they were sounding confident, now they're going to start thinking about it. And right there on your screen is going to be a perfect example of what I was talking about with Ulf, just holding off APG for a long time, just making sure you delay the rotation. Ultimately, though, APG gets placed by the circle and plays it out so well.
And I want to give props to Dig Xavier. We've been so critical on Dig Xavier going into day 2 because they didn't have the circle going their way, and they just didn't do much with those decent situations. But here the circle keeps shifting away time and time again, and they keep leapfrogging it until they find that amazing dip on the beaches. And they zone teams away like Kara Esport, Thundertalk, pushing them away onto the eastern side. This is the Dig Xavier we wanted to see going into day 2. We didn't quite have it, but you know what? They're still really well placed in the rankings. These type of games could be the launching point for Dig Xavier heading in this 3rd day.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to see signs of life from a lot of these teams that are further down the leaderboard. Obviously, Vampire with 2 back-to-back high elimination games. APG securing 25 points there, you can see on your screens. E-Arena not doing too badly. The battle of the ties right there. E-Arena versus Vampire Esports earlier on.
Actually, E-Arena, I want to say I wanted Alpha 7 to do the rotation of E-Arena, going back to George Pole, entering onto the western side, going towards Quarry area, but no, again, they changed the rotation path. They get caught off guard, lose 2 players pretty much instantly. I think E-Arena, they made it so far, it could have been A7 in another universe.
I mean, A7 right there with those 0 points. The pressure is definitely going to get even higher when we end up seeing this overall, because I want to know who has now pushed up what in that. I think it was an 18-point gap that they had to that 2nd place team.
Yeah.
That's pretty much going to be gone, Max. And the pressure is going to start getting to them. And I'm hoping that these players don't end up getting into their head, which has happened in the past for Alpha 7.
Many times before. Many times before. If you're an Alpha 7 fan, you've been burnt in the past. Looking at the MVP of this game, it's going to be Top. Are we surprised? Not really. This guy, he's looking for the Porsche Cayenne. He's going to try and secure it for himself. And the thing is, playing with a Mini 14, his damage is always insanely high, which with the MVP formula, damage is very important, and he's always going to be on top of these rankings.
And for Top, something that I do want to give him props in, he wasn't the first one to go revive Doc right away. In the past, we've seen that over and over again. This time, it was Joel. You could could see that Top was thinking about it. He's like, okay, do I want to jump this ledge? I'm glad he didn't. I'm glad he's like, okay, maybe it's time that I try to slow it down, send somebody else, and maybe position myself in a way that we can actually win this game.
Possible good communication skills as well from Top. Watching over, but look at that. 120 for Alpha 7 and 117 for APG. We talk about teams that have that potential to climb that leaderboard super quickly. Those high point potential teams, and it's always going to be Alpha Gaming that comes out of your mouth first, right, Max?
Exactly. It's so tight towards the top right now. First game, they dropped from 3rd position down to 5th, and now this game, they go from 5th position back up to 2nd place. It's all over the place right now, and now we have only 7, a 3-point difference. That lead you were talking about, it's gone. Alpha 7, you don't have a free start anymore. You don't have a free push into the smash zone. Right now, APG hot on their heels.
You got any of those wipes to clean my glasses? Am I seeing that right? Only 3 points separating Alpha 7 and Alpha Gaming, especially going now into more Erangel matches. Top, we saw it earlier, he was that match MVP popping off. Reefus as well. Remember, Reefus was crucial for this squad. Crucial for them to be able to have such a great performance to put him in contention. But now, going for the rest of the day, I do want to see APG being able to get placement points outside of just wins. If we take away their 2 wins that we saw earlier on the overall leaderboard, that squad on all the other matches that we have played have only gotten 7 points. That's just not going to be good enough.
Well, didn't they already just get more placement points than the entirety of day 2?
Exactly. Day 2 was 3 points.
Exactly. So what an improvement here coming out from APG. And also their willingness to coexist with Vampire, with DRX in a compound, because they knew their weakness is taking the fight too soon. And if that happens, they're going to get third-partied. They knew what their weakness was, and they played around that perfectly.
Let's also talk about that Xavier, playing passively still, but still being better on the rotate. They had such a good position, didn't they, on that ridge line, but it just didn't quite work out for them, did it, Max?
Yeah, I wanted them to be a little bit more desperate to take control of that southern eastern compound, the warehouse. I think that when DRX got eliminated, that's the moment you push on it, but you are a little bit too slow, and then one player of APG goes on the roof, which that's just nailing the coffin at that point.
I think even at the point that Thunder Talk ended up getting eliminated, that would have been the perfect time to just wrap around and just surprise Reefus. Obviously, they don't know that it's just Reefus there, but it would have been the perfect timing to set up the smokes. They did have those smokes, just go for it. And I was with you, Max, as well, saying at the end, see if you can maybe deny some points, if you want to even contend for that championship.
We've also got Ulf sitting at 3rd place right now, only 4 points behind Alpha Gaming, and then another, so that's what, 6 points behind Alpha 7 as well. 3 teams that are on that potential to get past that 125-point mark. And for those of you at home who have been watching and listening in the last 2 minutes, 3 minutes, you're probably wondering, what is that voice that I'm hearing? My name's Barney Banks. I'm joined by Seven and Max. I'm here on the desk, a little bit late, right?
It was like you looked a bit different.
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
you're not hot, dude. Hold on a second.
Went for a run and I came back. You know how it is. But yeah, Ulf, I think, the surprise team of the day so far. Really impressive. Obviously, they have had good day 1 and day 2, but right now, this is the time to make it happen, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Kings of Rondo, we want to see what they can bring to the table going into a wrangle. They make it happen this time around with Aaron, like playing it slow, in the wings with that slight little dirt pile on the northeastern edge of the circle, and that's the docketing that got completely punished by Aaron. If he got a double, I think we see a Xavier win, even maybe a DRX win at the end, and they got a little bit too willing to go for the res. But Aaron, never count this guy out. He's the rising star of Turkey. He's grown up here, Aaron, and he's been putting up really big numbers the entirety of this PMGC season.
Yeah, now I'm going to be a bit of a doubter here. I'm going to be a bit of a downer because for this squad yesterday, this is when they started slowing down. This is when they ended up with just awful performances, getting at 15th place with 0 ilms, 8th place with 0 ilms. Right now, you are contending to be the champion. You cannot allow yourself to just have that big of a slowdown. And for Alpha 7, we need to see some reaction out of you. We need to see you playing the way you were playing yesterday, and even when you weren't blessed by the circle, because we know that they can get the eliminations, we know that they can win fights, and hopefully they don't start doubting themselves too much in their heads.
I don't know if you would agree or not, but looking at Ulf, right? Looking at how they improved during the entirety of the Gauntlet stage. Day 1, very passive. Day 2, trying to ramp things up a little bit more. Day 3, going complete aggro mode on all of these teams. I love their playstyle, and they've brought all of these teachings into the grand finals. If they end up winning this, I would say that's one of the biggest improvements in a PMGC for a champion we've ever seen in PUBG Mobile Esports history. So Ulf could be trying to make that happen today. But again, as you said, they've been shaky in the past at this kind of stage. They can't afford to fumble now.
I mean, just keep an eye out on those top 5 teams. Who's going to be staying alive? I mean, in Circle 7 of the last match, we had 4 teams being alive, and those 4 teams, guess what? They were hunting down that first place. So in this one, who else are going to be targeting Alpha 7? Are we going to be maybe seeing more of that because they want to stop them from getting to that match point threshold? And you mentioned it earlier too, Barney, and I'm glad that you brought this up. Vampire Esports, they have been fragging out more. That team has absolutely nothing to lose, and I think it's because of something that you mentioned, Max.
Yeah, the Sir Tanny pep talk in the hotel room. Like, guys, we kind of sucked. Let's initiate the comeback here. Vampire trying to get to the middle pack. They can make it happen, maybe, on this Erangel match.
It's those teams that are showing that signs of life that are dangerous for the teams that are sitting at the top of the table. Vampire Esports, they could spoil it for some of the teams that are sitting right at the top. Alpha 7 really need to watch out because they are the demons on Erangel. But speaking of Erangel, it's time for our second one of the day. Over to Jukes and Blake.
There we go. Second match of the day. We're going back to Erangel. Second Erangel match of the day. That's a big one right there. And will it be a big one for Alpha 7? Will they finally wake up and get those 5 points, Blake?
I mean, I've been asking it every game.
Come on!
They've been like a bad supermarket because it's never in stock so far. And hey, it's not a lot of elims need to get. Not a lot of points need to get.
This is the same playing path that we saw.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough for quite a few other squads. Vampire being starting Primos once again. And I think the Vampire really is kind of like the Grim Reaper of the lobby at the moment.
Yes.
They are just wandering around knocking on teams' doors, which is not fun. For APG, though, their holdout over towards Very Pier, those teams kind of left a little bit earlier than expected. I thought that they would gatekeep for a little bit longer, but I think because those two teams come together quite soon, it's like Ulf doesn't really want to deal with DXavier, DXavier doesn't really want to deal with Ulf. Both teams don't really want to deal with APG at the same time. So yeah, it's not worth it to them. Alpha 7 going for something different again. No Rup Noya this game.
Wow. That's
Guys,
different.
You overthinking this.
Dude, and look at the circle. Look at the circle. If they would have landed in the same spot they did in the last game, they would have been so set up perfectly.
Could just drop Yaz, man.
Man, this is going to be a big challenge for Alpha 7. You know, the good thing that they have for them is that, you know, for the longest time, they have been an edge-style team.
Yeah.
And they thrive on the edge, right? Being able to get those eliminations. So
great
this
rotates in the end game, yeah, 100%.
It's playing into their strengths here a little bit. At the same time, though, center zone would have been nice.
It would have been nice. It's tough getting across that bridge versus Kara and Thunder Talk. Oh.
Wow.
Damn.
And wild, too, nonetheless.
Guys really are GG no read. I don't want to talk about you anymore.
This is tough.
That is tough. For Alpha 7, yeah, they don't need to be doing all that.
Yeah.
You don't need to be doing all that.
That's the best way to put it at this point. Like, just, honestly, I'd be so much happier just to see them play their old game.
Yeah, because the thing is, it's so, for us, maybe if you're just tuning in today, like you're seeing this and you're thinking to yourself, Alpha 7's kind of all over the place a little bit, or if you're just seeing it's like, Alpha 7's playing a little bit weird. For us, it's strange, having watched the entire league, looking at this Alpha 7 now, because it's a very, very clearly different squad than 2 days ago, or even just yesterday.
24 hours. You know, they had a conversation with each other and decided to make those adaptations, and it's just hasn't been working.
Yeah.
And that's the hardest part about, you know, PUBG Mobile Esports is you make these changes, and if it works, you're a genius, right? And if it doesn't work, it's like, why didn't you just do what worked before? And it's just a tough situation.
I think they looked at what Regnum Kaya did over in 2024, which was a little bit more of an aggressive play style. They didn't try and play too slow getting in towards those that final day. And it didn't pan out for them, right? Because they got overtaken by another team.
Yeah.
Now, like, okay, well, maybe we can do it better, get it done earlier, and pick up that chicken dinner much, much sooner in the day and just finish out those games. Because Regnum Kaya didn't finish out on those chicken dinners, that's why they lost. But I think that Regnum Kaya played that day fine.
Yeah.
I think Regnum Kaya, in all honesty, deserved to be the 2024 champions. But I think that they got pipped to the post right at the end by a circle that was unpredictable. It was actually unpredictable.
Yep. And it is against a team that is literally the last game of the day record holders, like the best team ever when it comes to the last Miramar of the day of a tournament, because D+ just don't lose for the most part when it comes to that. So it's just it's so tough. It's so tough to lose
some kind of weird tradition.
Yeah, a big, such a huge title in that fashion. And we'll see how Alpha 7 does make it happen here. What do you think about this? I'm starting to think after that Rondo match, because we're talking about like adaptation and like getting in your own head.
Yeah.
I think with the whole lobby focusing on Rebel at the end, I think that got in their head even more.
They're like, everyone's out to get us.
Like literally.
Yeah.
Like Stark, no way they don't shoot at each other right now.
Yeah, but that's just the way you have to play the game. You do paint a big target on your back. You have to realize that. But at the same time, just because you've got a big target on your back doesn't mean you're no less of a team.
True.
Because there has been multiple times where teams have tried to hunt them down, try to take them out, but they have turned the tides on that so easily. So I think for Alpha 7, whatever talks they had last night, I think they were the wrong ones, personally.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one to break. Now they're going to be getting gate kept by Kara, of all teams, on that bridge.
I think once they pass 125, though, we're back in regular viewing.
Yeah.
For Alpha 7.
That's for sure.
But the thing is, are they going to cross 125? I mean, they're already taking damage. Crio's down.
Oh. And Thurston.
Yo.
That's it.
This is the worst thing. I mean, 7 yesterday was like, stop smiling. Stop smiling.
Rebel, though, gets a knock in return. That could be that 1 point there. They do have the hovercraft.
Are they getting gate kept
right now? They got one.
Okay.
That's 1 point. 4 more left to go. Carrillo is gone. But now they got Kara on the run here.
Round away, they lose a player, but it's 1 point. It is 1 point. But that's, again, if they're not able to get much further than this, that's a whole nother game. And we don't finish till match 5 again.
We're going to Miramar.
I mean, I was saying yesterday that I'm pretty sure we're going to match 6.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely looks like what it's going to be here. The big thing, though, here as well is, I mean, now you got Alpha Gaming, you got Ulf that are right there, too. They can easily hit that smash rule in this game as well.
I think Ulf's slightly more difficult to make happen. It's what, 12 points that they need?
Go take a win. Or even a high elimination.
It'd be a high elimination game.
Yeah.
I mean, for APG, they just kind of have to sneeze when they get across the line.
I think they do, to be honest. I think with how they've been playing so far today, because they're playing their game true to form. And with that last match, the momentum.
They even all just commit Sudoku over towards Doc, right?
Yeah.
They were like, hey.
Yeah. If they didn't do that, they'd probably be here now.
Yeah, exactly.
They would have even done.
But they're like, hey, we're in our final games. We could get into it. We're still going to send it over towards Doc. We're still going to make that same mistake. Obviously, I don't like that. I don't enjoy that. But I respect that nothing can change how they play.
That's
even the final day of the biggest final of the year.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes it's a war of attrition. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you got to stick to your guns. And that's what they do. And it works, obviously, right? They're in second place right now. They're looking really solid. I am looking here at this zone. We got that mansion circle at play. Tons of teams are already centered on up. Alpha 7 do finally make it past that bridge. They do lose a player. They do get that 1 point. Does look like they're starting to head towards Milta Power, though. Alpha 7 definitely, again, just playing a completely different day here today on the final day. Looking over now. We're going to see where this next circle goes. As far as squads that are be pushing in a little bit later into the zone, we got Vampire. You can see them all the way there. Still trying to catch up to Pachinki. The zone goes on over to Lipovka. So that's going to make things super interesting. You got Ulf dead center in this one. DRX are right there as well. This could be a huge game from these top squads.
Yeah, I think for Alter Ego, this is where I really want to see them start to pop off a little bit. They start towards Lipovka. They have a lot of control towards Lipovka. This is where I want the games start getting a little bit better for these guys. 83 points. It's not that far off. One good game, you're up into the hundreds. D+ find a little bit of damage for themselves. They've jumped up to 10th now after being in 16th yesterday, and can go much further, honestly. Might even pass R8 eventually. Lamborghini goes down to Kraken. That's from Goat.
And now Paragen getting knocked as well. Mad Bulls are right here too. So D Xavier not looking too hot in this one. They're in 5th place, 93 points. They're definitely in contention, but with this start, it's not looking too hot. Mad Bulls. Mad Bulls, I think, are one of those like sleeper squads for me. They're one of those teams that not a lot of people, I think, were like really focusing on coming into the last day, but I think they're an absolute threat. They're down a player, but they're playing it very aggressive here.
I think the problem has always been with Central Asian teams is that they're so inconsistent. Like Flip and Lemon can be some of the best players on one day and then be some of the worst on the next. And I think that's the difficulty with those teams. I think Mad Bulls have really tried to prove everyone wrong here at PMGC, and I think that they've made a great bid for the top. I don't see them getting further than like a 3rd place, though. That's still a phenomenal result for the Mad Bulls. But yeah, I would agree. I think a lot of people underestimated this team coming into it. Thought they would be bowing out way earlier in the tournament overall in the league stage. So I still think it's a great result being here at the actual grand finals in Bangkok. Zio goes down to tops though.
Uh-oh.
That's a bit rough. That is a bit rough. Is he far ahead? He's way far ahead than anyone else. So at least they have the backstab, but look at that. He's bleeding out so fast here. I think APG likely to go down to 3.
Yeah, let's see what ZL. Yeah, Zol completely out of this one. So APG are going to be down to 3 here as this zone is starting to close. They do end up getting away from it, though. Sometimes you got to make that little rotational sacrifice. Unfortunately, it was Zol for APG.
I mean, losing Zol's not the worst thing in the world. I think they can play on a 3, at least from this stage of the game. It's going to get pretty hectic anyway. Alter Ego's compound is nutty. A really good spot. If they get a Northern Shift on this, I think that Alter Ego can play a massively strong game off the back of it, but it does move down towards Prison once again. We're getting flashbacks to Z7 7Z Globen.
Yeah.
7ZG. Dang.
That's a throwback right there.
Yeah. Front themselves off from the top of Prison.
Let's see right now. Are we going to get that Prison finish here? That'd be wild. We saw one before. At least Prison-esque area.
Prison-esque.
Yeah, Prison-esque.
Yeah, Prison-esque.
Yeah. We saw some jump downs. That was pretty wild. Let's take a look, though, here at R8. 80 points on the board. You know, that's what's crazy. You were talking about Mad Bulls earlier, you know, like that inconsistent team, right? They have those crazy moments, and then they have those moments where they fall off. The crazy part about this is that there's so close on the leaderboards, and so many teams here have that potential where I just think they get a good zone, and they're going to put up 20 points. And I think that's the biggest threat in this lobby. Because
I think it's dependent on the team, realistically. I think right now, if you said to me, Regnum Car, you get a strong spot in the lobby, this is zone 5, yeah, they're going to have a great game off the back of that. Am I thinking they're going to get a 20-pointer? Probably not. I think if you gave Alpha 7 a great spot, stage 5, and then, you know, a really good spot in the zone, I think that's a 20-point easy, yeah. Same for APG, same for DRX, and same for Alter Ego. For all 4 of those teams, though, it's so hard for them sometimes to get towards that late game.
So difficult.
Whereas Regnum sort of has the opposite problem, being center zone, strong spot from zone 1.
Let's see if Regnum could put some points on the board, because they haven't been able to do it at all today so far. Let's see right now. Everybody just kind of getting set up in this circle. Alpha 7 did get another elimination, so they have 2. Here comes a push, though, from Flash onto APG. They have the numbers. Let's see what Doc could do here. He gets 1. That's a huge knockout. Gets knocked in return, though. Top goes down as well. Reefus is way too far away, and that is Alpha Gaming crumbling here in this match.
Well, they certainly sneezed, but it wasn't pretty. So they'll go down to 117 points here with just 1 player remaining. Win is trying to keep himself up. Reefus will find Bose now, looking to make this the 1v3 now versus Flash. Heads on in, spraying through the smoke. Cannot find it, though. And that's APG down to the Rookie Squad of the Year in Flash. And Alpha 7, they find themselves another point, inching themselves closer and closer to match point.
I do like that push though for Rufus. I think that was the right. I think that was the right play. I mean, he had a couple down. You just had to win that fight. He would have gotten some sick eliminations for his team. Because trying to survive and get placement points here, that's one of the most frustrating things for me. You see a player like, oh, down to 1, let's just go and try to figure out something. Nah, make that push, try to make it happen. Unfortunately, it just didn't. And at a pretty tough time, too, because they had 117 points. They could have broken into that smash zone in this game, but just weren't able to do it.
Yeah, sorry, I punched my mic.
Oh.
I punched my mic. That was the noise. Probably heard that at home. Sorry about that.
No, it's all good sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
it wasn't
frustrating.
out of anger. No, it wasn't out of anger. It wasn't out. Whoa! Okay, well, I punched my mic. Jukes fell off the stage. We're having a real day today.
Well, we're out here.
He's still got the headset on, though, which is impressive, even though he's in the crowd right now. It's sick.
Dude, the crowd supporting my weight.
Yeah.
Here.
He's like a fallen angel, and they pushed him back up.
Victory. Feeling great right now.
What a day.
What a day, indeed.
John's gone. So is the chair.
Oh, boy.
So is APG. It's all. Yeah, it's not roses and daisies.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
Let's take a look at this, though. Hey, Car 98 from Silas. That makes me happy, but unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see him use it as he is getting shredded by R8.
Damn, Silas looking more shredded than that chair, man.
Oh, yes.
Goodness
That
me.
chair is deleted off the server. Oh, boy.
All right, Ulf looking over towards Vampire at the moment. 4 players still up, 51 points, looking to push that a little bit more here at this stage of the game. It's definitely possible to go for, but I think for Ulf, this means a lot to them. Tony K is taking a heck of a lot of damage here. Bullets are whizzing past him. Mialak with the hovercraft, though, and it is covered by smoke, so I don't really think Ulf sees it to take the sprays. Loxy inside the smoke goes down to the better clutch maestro in Murray. And what a day it's been for Regnum Karia. What a terrible day it's been for Regnum Karia.
Gosh,
I think
3 in a row, dude.
Yeah.
That's
7.
crazy.
0 points. Yeah. Regnum Karia 0 points. 2. Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yeah, so Regnum Karia 0 points on the day.
Unreal.
That's rough.
Let's see what Vampire could do, though. Just trying to disrupt this lobby. Oof! Had a crazy game. The crowd is going crazy. As now you got Lazarus, got that nade locked and loaded on a Scarface, and it hits a target. Now it's just all up to Catch by himself. 1v2 situation. He's down pretty low in HP. Oh, that molly looks so good. Lazarus making it happen here. Just a little bit too far from Catch. But that nade, oh, the car just saving him by the inch of his teeth right there.
Yeah, that's the mighty tire made of something bulletproof. Not quite
Not
sure
my
yet.
chair.
Trying to bounce off the back of the tree. It's a good maneuver, but Ketch is just going to keep bandaging up. Doesn't really have too much. Go on, take the shots. Take the shots here, Ketch.
Hey, getting a lot of help there from Kara, and that is Vampire eliminated. Catch uses that opportunity to get out of dodge here. He's going to be sending it, though. That's going to be a very tough rotation.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7 right on this southeast side. This is probably the fight that we need to take a look at going forward here, because E-Arena do back it off, and Alpha 7 looking just to push a little bit further now. They're only 3 points out. I believe they're only 3 points out. No,
1 point.
They're 1 point out. They're 1 point out. Okay, cool. We're almost there. It's not that hard. Let's just get that one last point. I think Alpha 7 can do this.
They're on the edge, too. Back against the wall. This is where they play their best.
You do not want to repeat. You do not want to repeat of all the times that we have hit up towards second place, even though they started day 2 in such a phenomenal position multiple times.
This is getting intense, folks. Alpha 7 looking really good in this match. They have a great position in this circle. 1 more point. They reach that smash zone. APG is out. Ulf pretty much down and out as well. DRX down to 1, and that is D+ out of this one. As far as teams that could possibly really make this comeback, make something happen, gotta look at Alter Ego. They got all 4 up here, but they've been pretty missed so far here today.
Yeah, I think Alter Ego has a real good chance. You are right, it has been hit and miss, but this is more hits than miss from Go. An immediate removal of the Mad Bulls. Well, no stampeding for them. They were basically cut down in the tracks right there. For APG, if they win a PMGC championship, it will be Zol's second.
That's right.
I mean, another player that does the multiple, at least, not the back-to-back, but has multiple wins in PMGC under his belt. One of the few other players, in fact, that's able to do it. Because Regnum Karya with Silas wasn't quite able to get it done last year.
And then right here towards the end, man, first 3 games, 0 points for Regnum Karya. I know he's got to be super frustrated. Let's take a look, though, here. Alpha 7, they do have a hovercraft here towards the end. That could pay dividends. Obscure with a big off angle right now, just trying to cover his squad. Let's see Arena driving on up, getting mighty close. And they are having that hovercraft to just get some more information, kind of bully squads away from them. Because, yeah, Alpha 7, they don't want to get engagement right now. They kind of want to just wait it out, see where this next circle goes. But if they have the opportunity to outnumber players, I think they take the fight.
With 3 players, it is hard to find someone that outnumber at the moment, other than towards the center of the lobby, where a lot of those solos have sent. For Alpha 7, it's basically just a case of trying to make sure you keep tabs on E-Arena. Nade's going downwind, over towards Paragin. Dig Xavier, Vic up and alive, but Killer Joe did go down for GOAT. So they are limited players now.
Yeah, you can see GOAT there. 79 points on the board, 5 eliminations. Getting a little active here towards the end.
Yeah, man, I mean, man, like the problem I find with match point, it makes the game so slow.
Yeah. It sure does, and this zone is brutal. Oh my gosh, pretty open range here.
Smash?
Let's see what happens is...
Smash.
Smash.
Smash? Smash by placement smash.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Alpha 7. Yeah, that's 8th place team. I think they just got to out-survive 1 squad, and that should do it.
Yeah, I mean, they're in 8th now. This is where you get the first placement point.
That's
you
right.
Get 1. Everyone's looking at me in elation right now. They're like, wow, you figured that out. You're a smart cookie, you.
Well, Alpha 7 have done it. They are going to be officially in that smash zone. We could have, if they win the next game, this is all over.
Yeah, but they still got to, it's 1 more game to win.
That's right.
We're currently in match 3, so we can do it in match 4 at least, which is nice. Gives them a couple more times to do it. And again, even Barney, who is now on our desk, was saying yesterday that for Alpha 7 it was a masterclass over on Arundel. They have one last time to show us who's Gordon and get it done. The Arena. We got a lot of nades. Alpha 7. Look to Pincer now as well, Hot Jukes.
They're getting active. Here they go. They sense the third party. They are on that hill right now. Joker with a nice nade on to win. Yeah, they're going to definitely push this one here, and Alpha 7 should be hungry for this third party. Are they going to make that push, though? Yeah, look at this. Flash just on the drive, trying to survive this, running through so many squads, and now E-Arena are getting into it with Alter Ego.
Oh, no. I mean, Thunder Talk and DRX taking shots over towards Alpha 7. Again, why are we pushing into the circle here? That's like such a free fight to take over towards E-Arena. They could have pushed so much earlier, create some real issues. Instead, man, the coaches have got to stop talking to these players.
Yeah.
before the next day.
This is unbelievable. Well, you saw it there, folks. They didn't have to wait for that placement point to be put on the board. They hit match point. AJ gets a knock onto Obscure, though. They realize it's Alpha 7 here. All eyes are on them, and that's Alpha 7 out.
I don't understand it. I don't think it's good. But I mean, Regnum Karya has obviously been affected by whatever pep talk they had, and that's in quotation marks. You didn't quite grab that. I know I'm not on camera, but you could. I feel like you could feel them.
Yeah.
Feel those quotation marks. So Yeah, I don't know.
And those are bold quotation marks.
They really were. They really were. So yeah, I think for Alpha 7 as well, the Alpha 7 I know would not do that. They would have pushed that.
For sure. For 100%. Without a doubt.
Because usually they would just clear space, take E-Arena out. Yeah, they might lose that fight, but the benefits far outweigh the negatives of just going for a push towards the center of the circle. You know you're going down, dude.
Yeah, and it makes total sense, too, especially if we do end up going the full 6 matches
here.
Because, you know, that could have been the play that decides first or second when it comes to points total, you know, so...
Yeah, I mean, if someone's on your team being like, oh, we've hit 5 points, we've done it. It's like, you have
not done it yet.
You have not done it.
Exactly right.
Like,
Yeah.
you need all the points you can grab. Towards the end of this game, you should have been looking to get more on board.
And they could have.
How did RCB lose last year? To points.
Oh, boy. Will this be that mistake that costs them later on? They have reached the smash zone, though, so it looks like their playstyle is towards that strategy of making it happen here. Oh, look at that. Krypton switching the seats, trying to put Turney K in the blender. Does not work out, though. And now he's going to go ahead and get these flushes. E-Arena putting some more points on the board. Nice shot, though, from GOAT with the third party. A lot of teams looking to make a big jump here. Look at the point difference from 6th all the way down to 13th. It's so close.
Very, very close. And D+ actually was able to jump up to 8th after this game with 5 elims they're able to find. Ghost looking for some more shots here, but it will be Snape to find that one. You know, I would have preferred that Krypton, instead of jumping in and out of the vehicle, just shot the guy. It looked cool. It was ineffective. Snape's down as well there. It's taken out. Slight substitution going on there then for Alter Ego, with Snape being in. So I'm curious to see who exactly they did switch out on that team.
Let's see what Xavier's going to do, though. Super quiet. They don't get circle here. Zone, hard shifts off them. They're going to be wrapping on that north side, possibly looking to catch a third party on the GOAT. They do got an angle here. Here they go. Out the vehicle. They do catch this player. Now Xavier finally starting to get in the mix of things.
And they do need to. They're only on 2 points this game, but they can get up towards 100. The Xavier, Vietnam looking to get something done, but equally it's E-Arena. And the crowd is definitely loving this. Thai team looking to put a chicken dinner under the belt for PUBG Mobile here at the Grand Finals in Thailand.
Crowd is making some noise. They are excited. They sense one of the local squads about to get a chicken dinner here. Joker throwing over those meds on a tourniquet. So let's make it happen for the hometown team. It's going to be a difficult one, though. You got Thunder Talk full squad up right now, rocking a little 3-1 split. Xavier been pretty quiet, now starting to get some eliminations. But E-Arena do have the high ground here, Blake.
And the circle cuts down towards that south side, so it is between a few teams here. For Thunder Talk, I mean, personally, if we were a week ago, I'd probably say that this team would win this as the foreman.
Oh!
And I probably would be right. But it's hard to predict this team. They've had such a horrible grand finals. It really has not felt like the same team. But 8 elims here. A good game so far.
Good game indeed. They had 80, well, now they're up to 82 points. That's a big jump for them. They need this chicken dinner here. They really, really do. They're on the south side position, and this could end up paying off for them, especially if Xavier start to get some eyes on the EA, but it looks like DX is just looking to kind of snake their way into the circle, playing it very quiet, while Thunder Talk, they're not leaving anything to chance.
Yeah, those nades are close. Those nades were hella close. Joker, though, looks over towards Xavier, making the crosses. Great shots from Turney K. 2 players going extremely low here. Parajin pulls the pin on the grenade. His team is falling around. And
now we're going to see a big nade come on out, and look at that. Joker getting knocked. Parajin keeping himself alive here, and now Thunder Talk are on the push. They know these teams are down and out. They're getting that chicken dinner. They are not wasting any time. They need every elimination they can get, and that is it. Thunder Talk pull out the chicken dinner with some serious eliminations.
And with how close the lobby is right now, Thunder Talk are back in the Thunder conversations on the leaderboard. A really nice finish there. And again, it felt questionable for me to predict that team towards the end there of that game, just because of how they played. But I'm telling you, about a week ago, they were an insane team.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. And you know what? They're showing up right on time. Couldn't have picked a better moment to get such a big game here. Man, they only need a little bit more. They only need a little bit more. But Alpha 7, they're in that smash zone, Blank. So right now, they are still the biggest threat in this lobby.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest point that we didn't really bring up there, but we were very focused on the game towards the end. Look at that. Thunder Talk with the cats as well. I mean, that's my kind of team. But yeah, Alpha 7 back in the running. They're at the top, 127 points. They're on match point.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have officially entered the Smash Zone. Oh my goodness, Alpha 7 finally managing to get over that threshold. It only took them 3 maps, gentlemen. What is going on, 7?
And it looks so sketchy for Alpha 7. They end up going towards Novo. And out of all the stuff that I've been saying, I was hoping I was going to be incorrect, Max, but that is not the case because they had another squad just waiting for them. None other than Kara on the Eastern Bridge. The bridge camp, Carrillo just goes for it, gets eliminated. But for the rest of the squad, they're able to step it up and get that match threshold.
I think Kara were hoping it was going to be APG. We're like, is that Alpha 7? They don't usually drop Novo. What's that about? And actually, they dropped Novo, trying to maybe avoid a little bit of a drop clash because DRX, they went Komeshki northeast next to Stolber, and I think that was an attempt to try and actually go for Alpha 7. I think it was a targeted play. I'm like 90% sure that was the intent, but unfortunately they weren't there. And later on in the game, Alpha 7 find eliminations onto DRX, so a little bit of an Uno reverse card there.
Now you say 90%, I'm going to bring it up even more. 99.9% because there's no reason for DRX to go all the way to Komeshki with that 2-2 split. There's just no reasoning for that. I mean, great performance in regards to DRX, wanting to maybe try to catch Alpha 7, and good adjustment from Alpha 7 being able to just readjust to what the lobby is currently giving them, which is everybody wanting that top spot.
So I'm looking at this game actually for Thunder Talk. By the way, congratulations Thunder Talk. Let's talk about the win a little bit here.
Is it a little bit too little, too late, TT?
Yes.
See what I did there? Do you like it, guys? See, the jokes are starting to flow.
Hot jokes, please. Save us. But actually, before this game, right, they were in 12th position. And the point gap was not that big. So actually, I'm really wondering here, Barney, can they make an ascent maybe towards a top 5 position? Winning it all is going to be tough, but top 5 is in the cards for Thunder Talk.
Almost top 5. Also, we've got to mention a little bit about Alter Ego at the moment.
Yes.
Not exactly having the most amazing day, but still managing to stay within that kind of top 6 right now. And you're looking angrily at Max, and Max is looking scared.
I'm just looking at Max because Max was pointing out something to me that I didn't even notice before this match or at the start of this match, and that is Alter Ego once again has done a roster change, and it's maybe a roster change that Max might not be the biggest fan of.
Look, I don't have an issue with Moana in particular, okay? You know what, maybe a little bit. I want Alva to play. Sorry, ever since PMWC, Alva has been an amazing setup player. I wanted Snape to come back in, which he did. I think the getting rid of Alva here in priority of Moana is definitely a big misplay, team rotation-wise. I think the core should not have Moana on. That's my personal opinion. They at least had 4 players alive at the end, and I'm digging a hole right now. I'm just going deeper and deeper and deeper. I think that the rotation, it keeps changing. Maybe they should stick to a core 4 and just go for it the entire tournament.
I would definitely have to agree with that. Hopefully they end up staying with the core 4 because some stuff was working out for that squad. One thing we got to talk about out of all this top 4 squads has to be DX, because DX has not been favored by any of the circles. On day 1, that was the main storyline. This team just keeps getting those fed circles. That's not the case now. Just keep looking at what DX has to do. The circle keeps going away from them. And something else that I want to point out from DX is I love love the 2-1 split that they did when they wanted to get the last player from GOAT Gaming later into the match with Parajin being the active player, the off-angle player. Great plays from DX, completely different than what we saw in day one.
By the way, I just want to say on this rotation, ThunderTalk barely moved since Circle 2. That compound locked down the entirety of that match. But no, really good point on Xavier. And let's not forget, they were in first place going into day one.
Yep.
Day two, they dropped down to 7th position. Are we going to see a little bit of a yo-yo effect here, going back towards the top of the rankings? Definitely a possibility, getting 10 points on board. But what really matters here, of course, is Alpha 7 getting the 7 points here. Well, they needed 5. They got even more than that, 7 points to make sure they enter the Smash Zone. But now, we talked about it a little bit earlier, they're going to have to maybe change their playstyle. Alpha 7, everyone's going to be looking at you to make sure you don't end the tournament early.
Keeping it on brand there with the points.
Very much so. I think that a lot of people,
Yes.
if you need to be reminded as well, of course, about the Smash rule, you have to get into the Smash Zone before you can then secure the Smash win in that next map. So it's looking a bit spicy for a lot of these teams that, like you said earlier, Seven, the teams that don't have anything to lose, like TT Gaming, like E-Arena as well. They're just absolutely smashing out these games, climbing the leaderboard really quickly, and essentially they're not looking to, they're of course wanting to win the tournament, but it's probably not looking likely. However, they're climbing the leaderboard thick and fast.
Yeah, it's a bit of a reverse leaderboard in regards to some of these squads. They are starting to perform well. ThunderTalk, congratulations on that win. But then we saw there on the match ranking, APG really not able to do much. Then you have Regnum, which I mean, Regnum, I think Blank and you, Max, pointed it out too. They have gotten a total of 0 points today. This is not the Regnum that we were expecting to see, but now we go here to the overall ranking. Alpha 7, 127 points, and what are you saying? What?
ThunderTalk from 12th position up to 6th rank in one singular chicken dinner. It was so close in the middle pack of the leaderboards. I didn't expect that big of a jump up. 95 points. Actually,
I think it was Jukes. I think it was Jukes that was saying earlier, from 6th to 13th was only something like 10 points. So there you have it.
And it came into effect, right? And actually, right now, that's not a big gap between himself and the top 3. Podium position, maybe not even just top 5 here. Top 3 is going to be a possibility for ThunderTalk if they keep this momentum going.
I'm going to be looking at those squads that are currently 2 to 5th place because, I mean, even if you go all the way down to DX, that is just 22 points away from the Smash threshold, which could be doable with the way that this squad is currently playing as well. And you just mentioned it, ThunderTalk. I mean, the crowd is getting lively. Everybody's starting to back them up. We have seen China being able to back up, and I know you're currently looking at Regnum. What happened with Regnum?
There were...
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We are going to now head over to a very quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
PUBG Mobile Global Championship, coming to you live from Bangkok, Thailand.
It shatters the silence in the morning. Call your name, I see the doubt. We're falling too fast without a warning. But if you stay, you'll battle by my side. They'll never ever win the day. No matter what they say, this mission ain't broken. Don't take what is spoken. Our path ahead is still unknown. This battle ain't over. Let's walk through the fire. Wash out our fear, fight to the end. Here we go again. The scars are still fresh, but we will overcome the pain. The lights will never fade. This mission ain't broken. Don't take what is spoken. Our path ahead is still unknown. This battle ain't over. Let's walk through the fire. Wash out our fear, fight to the
Welcome back to the PMGC 2025. It's day 3, and if you're only just joining us, we are halfway through our final day. And of course, only one team right now has crossed the Smash Zone threshold, and that is Alpha 7, who are not having the greatest day, are they, Max? Really, let's be honest.
I mean, they're in the Smash Zone, right? Looking at Alpha 7.
But I'm with you.
Yeah, it's not a good day.
It could be much better.
No, you know what? It's not good. It's enough, right, so far.
It's enough.
It's enough to get in the Smash Zone, but now we need a win. And enough is not going to get you a win. That's unfortunate.
We got to talk a little bit about the phone that, of course, everyone is using right here, right now. So make sure that you check out the Infinix GT 3D series. Right there, you can see it in front of your face right now. It's the official gaming phone of the 2025 PMGC, engineered for precision, performance, and victory. So make sure that you grab yours and start to outplay the rest. And with that being said, gentlemen, as you take a lovely selfie with it, look how beautiful that phone is. We've got to talk a little bit about what we've just seen in that match. We discussed it a bit. DRX managing to try and crash the party of Alpha 7. Alpha 7 still managing to cross that threshold, but is there a little bit of beef starting to form here, or are they just trying to eliminate them and then Karma bit them, didn't it, afterwards?
I think it's just a team trying to stop them from getting into the threshold. There's no beef, it's just we want to also be the champions. That's what DRX is currently saying and wanting to happen. But Alpha 7, yeah, I'm with you. I don't think they're currently having one of the best days, but I am glad that this team was able to bounce back and stop that downtrend momentum, because usually for this squad and for these players, and I'm talking about specifically for Carrillo and Rebel, they've been in this position before, and if it keeps going down, then they start downing stuff, and whether you want to believe it or not, even the best athletes in the world do end up getting into their heads.
Hey, Alpha 7, listen to your coach over here. Don't smile on day 2.
Don't.
It is not good. It never works out for them. But it's also been a really big drop-off looking at Regnum Kara. They fell from 4th position at the start of today down to 10th, pulling a little bit of a reverse Thunder Talk, kind of, because as it's been mentioned many times, today it's so close in the middle pack. One good game or one bad game can all give you a good opportunity to jump up the rankings or fall down down into the abyss.
And I know that we don't talk about it enough, but prize pool difference between jumping from somewhere like 10th all the way to up to 5th or 4th is exponential. But at this point, you know, one of those teams as well, D+ Kia, they've been climbing that leaderboard as well. A horrendous day one. You're looking at me confused, Max. Do you feel like they're not climbing that lead? I feel like they're having a pretty good day.
I'm just thinking about my next point right now. I always look a bit weird when I'm not on camera thinking about what I'm going to say next. But no, D+, we said it early on the pre-show. They won every single last game of PMGC for the last 5 days. If we do have a Miramar, if we have a second Miramar, hey, that could be a big comeback. But the win, I still feel like it's kind of hard to achieve.
Yeah, I mean, with the way that the leaderboard is currently working, we would have to see some more of those bottom teams actually outperform the top teams, make sure they eliminate them, and give them the opportunity to actually fight for it.
Given the opportunity to fight for it, APG only need a few points to cross that threshold. Are they going to be able to do it? Let's head over to Jukes and Blank to take us into our final Erangel of the day.
Last day, last Erangel.
Yes, last Erangel of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship Grand Finals. Alpha 7 in the Smash Zone. If they win this game, it is all over, folks.
And it's a very big possibility. From yesterday, they had some insane games over on Erangel. It was lovely to see. Here's our most assists, and lo and behold, it is top from APG, which makes sense because he has been assisting the team a lot more than just in the elims category. He's been keeping this team locked and loaded, ready to go towards that late game. Even on that previous Erangel where we saw him take down Eren, where it could have gone tremendously badly.
Yeah. Badly indeed. And one thing that's crazy, though, here is this playing path is going in the exact opposite direction of what we've seen so far in Erangel. So we're definitely getting a mix-up in this one. Alpha 7 are going to have their North George drop. So that is their house. They're going to be set up in this match here. Let's see if they're going to be able to use it to its full ability. The fact that this is a North George circle and, right, it's in the first zone, everybody's going to know where they're at.
I'm kind of glad, though. Alpha 7's like, well, this seems like a regular circle. Let's just go to our regular spot.
Yeah.
Okay. This feels like a win to me. I'm calling it now. This is Alpha 7 win on Erangel. They're getting it done. Up towards that north side. It's a perfect start. And this is where they just need to play how they played for the past couple of days. Right? What they did yesterday was phenomenal. Nothing needed to change. But I think Smash ruling really does make final day so weird. Teams play so much slower. Teams are afraid to fight. Teams down towards the bottom are suddenly the ones that are taking all the risks. And teams towards that top side just don't want to anymore. And again, I joke when I say we need to stop listening to the coaches the day before the final day. Obviously I don't really mean that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there is that small part of me that thinks that it is due to the Smash ruling, where you kind of want to switch things up. You kind of want to play a little bit slower. You just want to confirm over towards match point and then get it done from there. I don't think teams have figured it out yet, though. I really don't think they've figured it out.
There's definitely something missing because I think you made an excellent point in the last game. Like, there's a big possibility we're going all 6 matches here, right? And if Alpha 7 in the prior matches were just playing just to reach match point and didn't capitalize on those extra points, that could have cost them the tournament. Yeah. So, I mean, it's a totally valid point here. You got to play your game, especially when you have an opportunity to put some big points on the board. You can't just kind of stop yourself because getting a chicken dinner in this lobby is still not going to be easy.
Yeah, well, if we look at the past 2 days for Alpha 7, 115 points is where they ended, right? We're looking roughly around about 57 points a day. Today, over 3 matches, they've put up 12. Like, there's obviously something very wrong here.
Big drop-off.
There's a big drop-off. So, yeah. Again, I just don't want to see them lose now due to points because I think it will be those first 3 games where they'd almost lost themselves in the PUBG Mobile source. weren't able to get it done. They have a split over towards that north side, currently with Carrillo, just south of Zaki.
Dude, that song is getting spicy. I'll tell you that right now because looking at these, this is another X factor here, right? Just looking at the leaderboards. It is so close, it's ridiculous. You got 13th place R8 with 83, right? For some reason, 10 elimination, you know, chicken dinner, they're in 5th place. So everybody, almost the whole entire lobby at this point are hunting down that big game. So if they are all playing towards that goal, how much does that disrupt this entire lobby? I think it does big time.
Massively. And teams are going to be searching for them, which is why they're not playing towards their usual drop spots, and you sort of understand that because they don't want to make it obvious of where they are. I think you're overestimating it, though. I do think you're overestimating teams' wants and capabilities of finding you and hunting you down the early game. The amount of times that we've asked the silly question, like, are you going to hunt down this team? Our team goes, yeah, absolutely. They never do.
Never do.
They never do.
It's literally the most frustrating thing for me when it comes to this, is because why not? You know, you've worked your entire year to get here. Why not just put it all out on the field and make it happen? Grab your destiny instead of just kind of hoping fate decides it for you. Xavier gonna move to south of Gatka, looking for that central position. Xavier definitely been erring on the side of fate. They want that circle to come to them nice and early. They have 103 points so far. Not in a terrible position, but they're gonna have to work for it. I mean, honestly, I think that the team that plays their game aggressive is gonna be the team that win this tournament. And honestly, with what I've seen so far today, that's Alpha Gaming. You know, I think out of all the squads I've really seen at the top, Alpha Gaming seemed to be that team that just are like fearless. Like, we're gonna push no matter what the situation is. Sometimes it didn't pay off, you know what I'm saying? But but they did it.
They'll lose all flaws they'll lose or they'll win, all flaws included, and I'm okay with that. I think it's nice to have such personality on a team. I think for Mongolian fans all around the world, they'd be super pleased to see APG as the winners there, because although IHC was a great win for them, that was just in the early days of elims becoming more and more important for those squads. And I think a lot of teams were kind of caught off guard. Still a fantastic win there, but to do it on a main stage now, playing alongside everyone else and still bettering them, yeah, I think that would be a really big deal for Mongolia. We'll see how APG does here. DRX waiting in the wings as well. I think you were mentioning this earlier, Jukes. Are going to get those points on board, 105. But I do think Thunder Talk at 95 is probably the most surprising to me at the moment.
That's scary for the lobby, honestly, because Thunder Talk, they're literally one of those teams, right? That they'll put up nothing or they'll pull up a whole lot of something. That's for sure. And that is not a team you really want. If I'm talking about for the rest of the lobby, you don't want to see them start getting hot here towards the end.
Yeah, they're accelerating as well, man.
Yeah.
They're accelerating. And I think that is one of the bigger issues, that because they are accelerating, you start to get a little bit scared at the top, because we're putting up like 5-7 points a game, whereas Thunder Talk is just looking to chunk and chunk and chunk away at the leaderboard. And it's a tough circle from them. I mean, they're one of the few teams actually still on the outside right now. You can see them here, sighting here with the hovercraft. Moving over on that western side. They're cutting in over towards the yellows on the coast.
You can see Team Flash, the new kids on the block here. 14th place, 71 points. Definitely not something to shake your head at for a first ever PMGC performance. They could definitely jump up the leaderboards, get some extra cash themselves. But hey, look at this APG, taking some shots, say, hey, get away from us. Definitely not scared to take a fight, this team.
Yeah, I love the way they break wide as well. Ooh, western side circle. We got a lot of war in this bad boy. Alpha 7 would want to get a move on. They are over towards the southwest side of Everest. You can make a quick move here, but you're passing through R8. Seems like Regnum Kaya as well. Well, Regnum Kaya isn't really to be feared anymore. Dropped down to 10th.
Crazy drop. What a drop. Team Flash trying to catch some EA players on rotation here. as everybody is on the move to this circle. Team Flash being one of the furthest squads, and also Thunder Talk. Thunder Talk are going to be really late on the zone. There's Zed Wolf, though.
Oh my God, a point.
A point, baby! Regnum Kaya, they're back. Ish?
No. But for Zed Wolf, damn. First point of the day. Feels good.
Uh-oh.
But I think...
Uh-oh.
For how long?
Hey, look at that rotation.
This is a real send from Regnum Kai. I mean, a lot of teams are stopping off early, getting over towards the motels. But, yeah, Regnum Kai wants to stay on that highway.
Uh-oh, Revo getting knocked and thirsted by Vampire. That's Guizhou down as well. And just like that, Alpha 7 down to 2 players. It looks like we got another match in the books here, Blank.
I was trying to do reverse psychology on the start of the game. Didn't work, did it?
It did not.
Yeah. I think for Alpha 7, to be honest with you, at this point, over this many years, I'd be pretty upset, honestly. But I don't think it's a case of, oh, haha, you know, always second place now. This is becoming an issue.
It is.
Where there is definitely something going on previously to that last day where the nerves take control, right? The voices start speaking in the back of their heads. They're going to nip that in the bud soon.
The second guessing, more prevalent than ever. Alter Ego, though, pulling out those shotguns. Oh, EA, Turney K gets the double. They didn't even see where he was. Instant thirst from E-Arena. Now, let's see if Turney K can get another one. He's got the pump shotgun, switching to that FPP. Rosemary trying to catch him with a nade, not going to be able to do so.
He's walking towards it.
That was the most uncooked nade I have ever seen.
It's raw. Raw. Shots from Flash. It tops at a distance. Turney K turns on them with the fear and the fire. We'll take them down.
Yeah, look at Team Flash getting active. I like to see this. I mean, you got 72 points. You want to make some money, you're going to need some eliminations. So if you can catch a third party, go for it. The zone deadlocked here onto this position as well. Actually, this is a little bit on the northern side, what we're seeing. So if Team Flash want to get these eliminations, they got to clear this lobby like instantly. They got to start making this push.
It's like a Vampire win. It's a Vampire time right now. It's a nice spot from DRX as well. Oh my days!
Mormon getting the double nade there. That's 4 points for E-Arena. And now, well, Team Flash pushed. You got to start making this move.
And Flash move in. Looking to be star stunners over towards EA inside the building. Turney K popping a pin of his own. Nade goes far. Off it found Turney K. Stops cooking the grenade twice here. He's kind of wondering about it. Tony K though. Other Tony K, that is.
Different K.
That's right. Regnum Kaya locks the actually finding shots over towards DX7. There is a lot happening on the map right now.
Yes, there is.
Vampires though, it's a clean sweep. Over towards the Mad Bulls.
Nothing to lose from this Vampire squad, and they are getting active. We're going to keep an eye out here on this Flash fight, as they are just so gun-shy here. They don't want to lose a single player, and I can't blame them. Meanwhile, we saw DXavier get knocked to some fall damage. That doesn't feel good. See what Tops can do. He's on top of the roof, trying to find some angles. I mean, look at this. Team Flash playing this so carefully with a 4v2 advantage. This could cost him. Yeah, Turney K, if he hits this nade, that's going to be brutal.
Nice shot.
Nice shot on the win there. Starting to even things out.
No way. This is good, damn.
No way. Let's see what Turney K could do. Oh, he gets knocked, though. And now it's just down to the last player. For E-Arena, it's up to Mormon. He can make some serious plays on his own, though. Let's see, he's trying to throw those mollies. That molly was just a little bit too far out the way, and now it looks like Team Flash are going to be able to get everybody up. Full reset here. Mormon's in trouble.
Yeah, it's hella questionable. Honestly, the 1v4, it would be miraculous to happen. For E-Arena, just don't see it. Flash looking to finish this one out. Again, for the Flash right now, this is very much a case of them they should just be pushing.
Yes.
It's a single guy.
Go, go, go, go. What are you waiting for? And now, look at that. That is it. You got Amori R8 taking advantage of Flash, just taking so much time to finish out this fight.
Yeah, again, it's one player. You can't be dallying too long on the outside. You just got to push through because you know that people are hearing these shots. You know someone's going to come running soon. R8 knows they've cleared out so much of that northern space, so they can just make that crossing over towards the north side.
Oh.
That next circle, it is very Vampire-centric.
Oh, Vampire's really good on this one. They are rock solid in this zone. Meanwhile, you got the duo of Alpha 7. Gonna have to push through Regnum Karya. You got Ulf, D+, everybody on the edge of the circle. Yeah, Team Flash just rotating and now away, just trying to survive. Took way too long on that fight.
Thunder Talk. Rapid pass, Obscure's down.
Uh-oh.
Carrillo sending away. Tail between his legs. Oh my. Just about gets into the shack there. A little bit of safety, a little bit of shelter.
For how long, though? They know it's Alpha 7. Carrillo's stuck at the shack. He's got no vehicle. He's cooked in this spot.
Nades in hand, gets popped back away. I think he's just preparing for the crash here, honestly. But for
Even
Alpha
without
7,
it,
getting 8th place and upwards, it's still more points on board.
Let's see what Alpha Gaming can do, though, right? They're starting to catch up 2 points on the board so far. They got the full squad up and going. Could be Alpha Gaming's time to shine here and finally pass up Alpha 7 and take that first place position from them. But Thunder Talk as well, full squad. Zing on a crazy off angle in the water. He's actually on a swim right here. He's going hunting on some islands here, Blink.
He is. I'm not sure what happened with Regnum Karya. Seems like Silas utilized some kind of method to whip the boys back into shape during that break.
Hey, time to put some points on the board. I told you, right? 1 elimination. They're back. Now up to 5.
Honestly, the rate that these games are going, it might just be D+ having another chance at that chicken dinner at the end of the day. It will likely be for a leaderboard placement, not the championship. Oh, whatever, we get final Miramar. Always good fun.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, those Miramars are coming up. We are definitely going into them. That's a fact. So D+, always a threat in the last game. Still in 12th place, though. They really need a big game here to make an impact for that prize pool. But Vampire, I think, very happy to just kind of keep them at bay. They can hold that spot for now. Meanwhile, we look at Alpha Gaming. There's Yol getting another knock. Alpha Gaming, especially after seeing 3 players at Alpha 7 go down, keeping all 4 up, putting some points on the board is more essential than ever.
They're getting close now. It's 6 points away for APG. 5 now with that next elimination. Sits them comfortably at 120. Ulf does go down in this game, 114. It's an unfortunate result because Max has talked about this as well, where after those first couple of strong games, honestly, Ulf starts to go downhill. And I think that Ulf has had this issue multiple days running. Flash, they get tops into position. He is the solo dolo, but is not able to make it happen. Zia's going to see if he can pick it back up, but nades are flowing over.
Oh, look at Marth getting some shots all the way from downtown. Flash really hurting this one. Still so early in this game, but this zone has been proven chaotic for so many teams.
Oh, that's nasty.
Dead center circle.
Yeah, up towards that northern side, really not fun ground to play on. You'll see it a little later, but it's very, very open for most of our squads. You're probably going to be seeing a lot of wide wraps down towards the south side to try and control that. R8 can play up here for a while, but it's a question of whether you want to stick around there, because eventually, unless the circle keeps shifting over towards the north side, R8 will be in a bit of a pickle.
Alpha Gaming also have that hillside there on the east. That could prove really good for them. Let's see when they decide to make this push, though. Meanwhile, yeah, Thunder Talk spending a lot of time here with Goat. I know that we had Zing, though, in the water. Let's see if he's going to finally be able to make that shot, find those off angles, and he does! So that island play working out big time for Thunder Talk. You got to keep every single player up, though. AJ is knocked, but Zing's off angle here looking so strong.
This is such a helpful angle from ThunderTalk. No points in the game just yet. But looking to find them here versus Goat. And the fight is going fairly well. It's a question of whether they can maintain position, because Xing at some point is going to have to leave off this angle. Vic goes very low. Saiting looking to hold off the other player from Goat. It's Killer Joe.
See what Saiting can do. He's got that DBS locked and loaded, trying to do a little bit of free fires. Can he get the shot, though? Killer Joe hopping in the buggy. He hears it. Now he's going to go ahead and cross this ridge line. Going to go and get those shots off. Gets a nice knock and gets the finish. ThunderTalk putting up 4 points on the board. Now it's time to start heading into that zone.
I mean, to be honest with you, for Kara as well as DRX, if ThunderTalk hears this happening, they can send on over. And this would feel like a true ThunderTalk push, right? A full through ThunderTalk crash. And it'd be a great position to hold, because VPE, they're just sticking their nose in over here. They're not doing much of anything else.
They're on the move. Xing already on the rotation, looking for that opportunity to third party this. Now this fight does start to slow down a little bit. That does make ThunderTalk second guess themselves for just a moment, though. Meanwhile, you see DRX Hyunbin holding this corner. Full-fledged first person with the S12K, waiting for someone to break that door's threshold. Meanwhile, Kara, yeah, just waiting. ThunderTalk not able to catch that third party in time.
APG over towards Regnum, but this is a reinvigorated RCB. The shots are good, but Regnum Karya's taking it. It's just as good as they get.
Meanwhile, Doc on the push. Now it's all up to Loxy by himself with a lay down, and that's Alpha Gaming taking out Regnum Karya. They finally put something on the board, but only 6 points so far.
Doesn't matter though. They got the placement point. They're 125 right now. They have crossed the boundary. And APG are up for the smash next game on Miramar.
Alpha Gaming now in that smash zone, and they are looking to smash the rest of this lobby here. Job's not done yet. Next zone about to go up. That northern side completely all wide open. Zone does center up a little bit here. Kara are in this. ThunderTalk should have a nice path onto the circle.
Funnily enough, I would say this is probably an urban finish. This is kind of an urban finish with the way these buildings are set up. No one really wants to play on that northwest side. It sucks. It's not enjoyable. ThunderTalk could try and play this tiny hill that sits over towards the west, but it's not going to keep them up too much longer. They also already sent Xing out earlier to create an anchor point for the rest of the team, and he just got lasered.
Yeah, instantly taken out. Carrillo's still alive in this match. He's holding that shack, but it's only going to be for a matter of time here. He's pretty much done and dusted. You can see Vampire keeping a great eye on him. So now starting to close, out into the smokes. This is just a free elimination for everybody, and I'll tell you what, Alpha Gaming will definitely take this one.
He's going to get his 1 point.
Little pre-fire there. Carrillo shimming and shaking, trying to at least get another knock, put at least one more point on the board for his squad. Alpha Gaming, the biggest threat to Alpha 7, though, at this point.
Yeah, I am surprised no one's taken too many more shots at him. Vampire, though, they've been having a great game. 7 elims right now. They are holding it down. This team is not bad. They've had a great position in the circle for quite a while, but APG send in two now, trying to leapfrog D+'s position. They left the player behind as a backstop. Try and find some cheeky angles on the outside, but one player falling as they approach. Doesn't feel great.
Nice couple nades into that gas station there. Reefus trying to find another angle here. That might be good. Oh, does a little bit of damage. The Molotovs, though, from Doc, paying off big time. I know Maxman's happy about that one. Let's see, Reefus. Can he get the finish, though? Oh, my gosh, what a nade from Vampire.
Yo,
that came out of nowhere. Reefus is like, oh, I didn't like that at all.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Lazarus does get taken down by ThunderTalk, though. That's a chance. That's an opening for him.
Yes.
But they need to send somewhere, right? They got to send somewhere at some point.
Got to pull the trigger. You got to make the move. I mean, look at this. Carrillo, snake in the grass. Oh, getting shot now. In some serious trouble. Just trying to see if he can steal another elimination, but Kara ends Alpha 7 there. And now Alpha Gaming looking to pass them up and take that first place position.
They could do it. They could easily do it on this game. Getting past 128 is not that hard right now. And it's almost as if Alpha 7 wants to keep the legend true, right? They just cannot win PMGC, no matter how good they are in the first 2 days. Their third day is just shocking.
Alpha 7 trying to get that belt. If they win this one, they will have won almost every big major event, minus PMGO. But they got to still get it done here, and Alpha Gaming are looking to take it away from them by playing their own game, right? Just playing aggressive, playing together as a squad, and making it happen here.
Maybe Thunder Talk don't need to send anywhere. You also have the loot crate towards the center, which could create an operation zone for the team. You're carried down towards that south side, need to move up. They've got to get past DRX. Are we going to get a back-to-back Thunder Talk game here?
That is insane. I mean, with that zone right there, it's looking pretty good. Because all these teams on the edge are going to have to fight each other at this point. You can just see Vampire holding it off in a full urban finish with so much open real estate. Meanwhile, Prestige trying to throw some nades in there. I think Thunder Talk are just going to be able to clear everybody out.
I think the most scary thing for a lot of these squads, though, is the fact that we're getting a lot of teams close to the match point, which is 125, which isn't a huge ask for a lot of teams, right? Vampire, 9 elims, looking to hold out these final players.
Uh-oh.
R8 with the P90.
Tony K making it happen there with that shotgun. The crowd's going wild. Hops out the window. Has the angles and gets the finish. That's 11 eliminations for Vampire.
You might have had the P90, but Vampire is dishing out lefties and righties here at the PMGC.
Oh.
Shots are going through. Fabian trying to find the player, but it's a nasty shot from up on high, and that forces Vampire even further up in eliminations.
That keeps Alpha Gaming alive too. They were almost done and dusted there, but now Vampire on the push. Nice little return knocks from both parties there. Meanwhile, Vampire looking to get their chicken dinner here in their hometown, Bangkok, Thailand. Let's see what they can do here as Doc, all by his lonesome, gets shot there from Kara, and that's Alpha Gaming out.
Yeah, you don't expect that angle. You absolutely do not expect that angle. Hyunbin waiting on the inside with a big stick of dynamite to throw at Marceau when he chooses to leave. Thunder Talk did lose one player on a knock, but that was res back up again. Next circle is going to be the big one, right?
Dude, Thunder Talk, look at their position here.
It's so good. I think that the really big thing from right now is there's a lot of angles looking their way. And a lot of angles that don't really see each other on that side of the map. So I think for Thunder Talk, as much as they want to get more points out of this game, they got to be a little bit patient here.
I agree. Take your time. Don't rush into things. Don't just try to over-peak that hill, get knocked, and open the door for teams to push up on you. If you just take your time, this should be an easy chicken dinner. Gotta watch out for Vampire, though. Vampire on fire here. They've got nothing to lose at this point. And you can see Kara trying to push on in here. Hyunbin all by himself for DRX. What can he do?
It's a big tag of damage off over towards the CEO. Will swing back around this side, but Kara is having none of it. And CEO, who had such an impact over in their league stage, is able to put the final shot in towards him. Like I said, I think Thunder Talk might want to stop peeking for now and wait for this next circle to close a little bit. I think, honestly, Kara as well as Vampire are likely going to start taking shots at one another once this circle fully pushes them out. Thunder Talk don't need to take these shots right now. They need to wait for these high ground angles to disappear.
Let the zone do the work for you. Let that be your fourth man. Poser getting shot up, but to survive a little bit longer. AJ peeked it, and that opened the door for Vampire. In the vehicles they go. Oh, that shot,
They're
though.
sending it.
Yep,
They are sending it.
Tony K getting stiffed arm. Knock Kings down. One player up for Thunder Talk. Oh, he did do it again, the res. But now Vampire on the push. Up close and personal. The nades about to ring out. Thunder Talk are in huge trouble. Here comes Kara. And now back up against the wall. The zone, they do end up getting the knock. Sighting.
Where is Kara?
And now, oh, Thunder talked down Kara, just waiting in the back line.
Kara's just not pushing. There is a backline angle though. AJ will find one on the backside there. Now just leaves Red Bull. AJ so low on HP, and a random tag will take him down. It's a 4 versus 1.
Kara being so patient here, making sure they get this victory. Nice shot there from Red Bull. And just lets the blue zone take them out. Vampire putting up some serious points, but it's Kara who get the win.
I think the main thing, that game was very, very fun, but I got to put it into perspective really quick, is that because we are having so many teams close towards the top side of the lobby, 125 points, there's a big chance we get over towards Miramar. Points really don't matter because so many of our big teams will be over 125.
That's right.
And you get a smash win in the last game, still a smash win. If you are third place, you still get first at the end of it.
That's right. That's right. Can you imagine being in third place, getting the chicken dinner, and you're an automatic champion? We could see it right here in the first Miramar. Unbelievable.
But a massive game for Vampire regardless, which now basically puts everyone on equal footing, I suppose, towards the end of it. But another nice game from Thunder Talk 2, but it was Kara to find the last laugh.
And with that, we say goodbye to Erangel right here at the 2025 PMGC. Just 2 maps remain, and guess what? This is the talk of the town because we've seen some of the bottom tier teams starting to make their way up. But Regnum Carrier have entered the chat, Seven.
Regnum Carrier finally waking up, getting some eliminations under their belt, getting some points. It only took them 4 matches to start getting some points. But I want to talk about something that you were actually mentioning earlier, Barney, and that is just pretty much the leaderboard flipping upside down in regards to teams that are going to be performing. This final 2 squads, Vampire and Kara, they came into this match in 15th and 16th place, and boy were they taking a lot of points for those squads looking to get into the match zone.
Hey, I'm very happy about how it went, right? But APG are in the Smash Zone!
Yeah!
It made it happen! They join Alpha 7, they're up there, they can try and claim the trophy right here, possibly. So I got really hyper there, but like, it is such a big point here that was secured by Alpha Gaming. Can they go the entire way going into Miramar? We'll have to wait and see, but though, looking at Kara, really big step up. Marso, very low damage actually in terms of those 6 eliminations. I like the play actually from Kara where they had this split across this game-winning compound and also the lighthouse southwest of the circle. They get pushed on by Thunder Talk, like this is not worth it, let's push back, take the compound, and that gets them easily in the late game as a full squad.
We talk about the lower tier teams taking chances and getting aggressive because they got nothing to lose. But in that instance, Kara actually showed a really strong sense of patience. They actually waited it out until the zone really shifted them out. And they managed to catch a few of the Vampire Esports boys as they tried to make that late hit, right?
Yeah, you could see Vampire Esports was really debating making that push towards Thunder Talk. They got that first knock on Thunder Talk, and they got really close to the vehicles, and they knew that as soon as they started pushing out, it was just a clear line of sight from Kara to be able to knock them. Guess what? They push out with the 1 player, that one gets knocked, and then they follow it up. And then Kara, honestly, reacted so perfect to that, Max, because that squad, as soon as they saw those players got away from Vampire, they closed the gap, and they were there to make sure they were ready for the third party.
I do think it was poorly executed by Vampire, and Kara saw that mistake, and they just capitalized on that opportunity to get the win. So very happy about it. And the reason why, I know you're looking at me a bit weird there, Seven, is like in terms of the mistake. Tony K sent it to Thunder Talk, which I think was the right play, but he went on such a straight line, which was very close to Kara, and they got that knock so easily. If you go wide to the northern western side, you're a little bit safer from those long to mid-range shots. Maybe you survive as a full team, claim the high ground, maybe win it. It's a small detail, but again, it's up to Kara that they like, what is that play?
Yep.
Get the knock on Tony K, third party it, make sure you secure that chicken dinner.
And with how many fights, too, we saw Vampire Esports win in that compound, I was really hoping we would see a little bit more utility from that squad. Maybe set it up even better, set some smokes. Yesterday, we were seeing players and teams set up smokes as just as a decoy to distract them a little bit. I think they could have done that with Kara, but to be fair, honestly, 15 eliminations for Vampire Esports, course, they're going to be happy.
Spicy from them. Speaking of utility, a team that maybe are taking quite a lot of chances, but also setting themselves up effectively, but a little bit unusually. Thunder Talk managing to get over towards that lighthouse and setting up Jing on the outskirts in the water on that rock. It was really impressive, really intuitive, I think, from them as well to set up like that. But also, like I said, speaking of utility, managed to get them to save that utility, right, Max, for late game.
Exactly. You always want to try and hold on to your utility as late in the game as possible. Looking actually at the rotation path, you can see that lighthouse push you just mentioned here, Barney. And actually, they scared away Kara. I wouldn't say they scared away Kara, actually. I'm going to take that back. It's just Kara playing it very smart to, again, get into the late game safely as a full team. And using that ridge, Thunder Talk, knowing the terrain, like, well, that's the only high ground position. We're going to leverage that to our advantage as much as humanly possible in that game. And they get very fine that match off the back of that. So Thunder Talk, day 3, waking up. They got a win on a wrangle here. They get another good podium finish. China is back, it seems.
I mean, they got a big crowd currently cheering them on. Hopefully they can continue it because, I mean, that smash zone, it's set. It's not going to be moving. They just have to make sure they reach it. They have 2 more games to reach it. Hopefully, I mean, they're going to have to reach it this next game if they even want to try to get a chance to do it. One team, though, that was able to clutch up some points right there in the match ranking was none other than DRX. I'm really looking forward to see how much DRX ended up moving up in the leaderboard, and it came down to your boy, Max.
Well, yeah, but you didn't win it, right?
Hey, it's still points.
It will take every point we can get for DRX. But yeah, it was a bit of a Hail Mary send in the center position, and very similar to what we saw from Alter Ego in day 2. On those rotations, they lose players, and when you just don't have the full squad to control a central compound, like on a beach position, like in this match, well, unfortunately, things aren't going to quite go your way. They're going on the second page, Alter Ego, another 1 point. I would like to see Alva back on the point on this team. I said it many times, and right now it seems like the synergy's just not quite there.
Yeah, and even going back on that one, on that second page, Alpha 7. Once again, just being able to clutch up 1 point. We saw them lose players very early on. 2 players once again. They didn't want to play edge at all, which I'm really surprised because this team historically is able to play that edge. But in this one, they try to go a little bit too far, a little bit too much there. But the overall, it's right here, and we have 2 teams in that smash zone.
Yeah, as it stands, Alpha 7 and Alpha Gaming both sitting up there, first and second place. Ulf again putting up numbers to manage to secure that spot in third. DRX, it seems like the storyline with them is consistency. I mean, every time, just putting points on the board, nothing flashy, just keep chunking away, like Blank likes to say.
Yeah, he's just chunking away right now, going at it. And actually, DRX, very funnily so, are a 4th place team in the power rankings. So it's very fitting at PMGC. They're currently standing in 4th position. But it's a tie. Alpha 7 and APG 128 points each, but 7, the disparity of placement points despite getting 2 wins. 58 placement points, almost double from APG, is a ludicrous disparity between these 2 squads.
It really is, and you can see APG with those MVPs currently putting up those performances. When it comes down to eliminations, that squad is just 2 points away, 2 eliminations away from getting 100 elims. I'm going to be looking, honestly, at some of the other squads, Max, because we got to start posing the question for DRX, for the rest of those squads, is you kind of have to go for broke here in this Miramar match if you want to make it to the Smash Zone. You got to put the faith into your own hands if you want to make it and get a chance to win on that final match.
Why is that? 11 points needed for Ulf, 13 points needed for DRX, which is doable in a Miramar, but as we say, there's only X amount of points in the game you can really get, so can the 2 teams make it together? Is only one going to make it? Well, all the points going to keep, well, as you said, Barney, keep going at the bottom teams as they continue their ascent at the top. It could be happening. The Red Bull for Vampire, those shots with his AR were mental. The fact he was so accurate was really interesting to see.
One thing I've got to think about as well, when it comes down to these top 2 teams, Alpha 7 and Alpha Gaming, we've got to think about the mentality of these 2 teams going into this. Alpha 7 and APG, both 2 teams who are extremely experienced here on the main stage. They have that mentality, but out of those 2 teams, which of the ones buckles under the pressure a little bit more in those day 3 circumstances? If you're just looking at us now, my name's Barney. We got 7, we got Max here as well. Hello, everyone. I'm saying APG are looking more dangerous right now. That's what I'm saying.
They definitely are. The crazy thing is that these 2 teams can also choke. We saw PMWC, APG. I got to refresh the memory. We saw APG choking when it came down to the final day of PMWC. I don't think that's the case right now. If they have to pick one, I would say it seems like Alpha 7 is choking.
But they have Zyo. He's won PMGC before. He knows what they have to do if they want to try and win at the end. I think that they're going to be looking good at APG, and Alpha 7 looking a bit shaky here on day 3.
When APG have nothing to lose, they can go for broke and you know that they can put out outrageous numbers on the board. When they are in a situation like this and placement matters and they start panicking, Doc starts overextending, it starts to get a little bit dicey. So you have all these different players with almost different mentalities. Yol having been here before, top 6, super experienced, but gets nervous under the pressure. So it really just comes down, I think, to a confidence level in each other and to just play your own game. APG, go for it. Get a 30-point game and get a chicken dinner right now.
The thing is that they can probably do it. They have that fragging power. I think that's going to be the big deciding factor in this next one. If Alpha 7, for some reason, I think now at this point, it is a bit of a relief that they have another team being in the Smash Zone because they're not the only ones that are going to be targeted. For APG, how are you going to be reacting? Are you going to be going with your usual setup? Remember, even throwing it back all the way to Gauntlet, that team was not wanting to back up from any hot drops. They were sticking to their guns. And honestly, if I expect the team to be in first place after this match, it's looking like APG will do that.
I would have to agree. I mean, APG, what I would love to see is for them to avoid any early to mid-game confrontation. Keep all of your resources, keep all your players alive going into the late game. Just like, for example, you guys who watched PMFL America's Finals, Wolves playing so passive in the early stage and actually keeping all of their resources into the late stage, get a very low elimination win. But when you're in the Smash Zone, a win is a win, regardless of how many eliminations you really get. So I want APG to just, if you have a fight that they would typically take, just avoid it, make it into the late stage.
Something we got to keep into consideration right now. I'm kind of looking at what Revo and Gizao is currently doing. There you go. You can kind of see them on the side of Max. Yeah.
Right there.
It's good vibes. They're currently not getting into their head. They're currently just trying to get the perfect that was up back to back too. Back to back that ups. But stuff like that, it goes to show. In the past, we've seen Revo just completely shut down, completely just not be present in that moment. And right now, Alpha 7 is not showing us that, and I'm happy to see that. And when you look on the opposite side, when you look at the APG players, they're focused, they're locked in. I mean, we saw them yesterday with their coach late at night on the lobby of the hotel, just going through plays, going through everything, making sure they got everything ready here for the final day.
But the intricacies do matter, but at the end of the day, it's these teams now that are in 3rd all the way down to 6th who are trying to get into that Smash Zone. Maybe they don't want to overextend too much and then put themselves under any additional pressure that's not needed. However, they have to get these crucial points if they're going to catch up. So it's like, do you decide to crash down on Alpha 7 and APG, or do you kind of let the people who are lower on the leaderboard do that? These are the small micro decisions you got to make, though, right?
But I would recommend actually do not hot drop one of the two teams in the Smash Zone. The reason why I'm saying that, you might get one, you also hinder your chances of making the Smash Zone itself, but you can't hot drop 2 teams at once. You need to hope another team would do that for yourself, and you give them an opportunity to create a big lead and maybe get themselves the smash right here at PMGC. So hot drops, I wouldn't recommend it. It would be super cool to see.
That's what we're saying. I mean, APG, absolutely 0 smiles. I don't think I've ever seen Doc actually smile before in his life. Maybe if they end up winning, he will end up smiling. But for this squad, just locked in. There you go. Now you got Alpha 7 as well, locked in as well. For everybody currently watching at home, let us know in the comments, after this match, who do you think is going to end up in first place? Because I'm most intrigued to see which other teams might end up joining Alpha 7 and Alpha Gaming for the Smash Zone. Ulf is so close. 11 points max. I honestly think that's doable. And for DRX, just 13 points away, I think that's doable as well. We could have, going into the last match, 4 teams in this Smash Zone.
I mean, we saw DRX, they wanted to hot drop in Kameshki Alpha 7 on a wrangle. They know where they drop. It's El Pozo. There could be a bit of action in that city this time around. And if it does go down, DRX again, 13 points. As you said here, 7. Maybe we'll get 3 teams in the Smash Zone after this match.
Quickly pick a team that you think you've got to have your eyes on at this point right now. I go with TT. I think keep your eyes on TT. What about you guys?
DRX.
APG, come on!
Okay, I love it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go into our penultimate map of the day to close out this tournament. We're going into our first Miramar, and it's going to get spicy. Jukes and Blank, take it away.
Let's get things started here as we head into the sandy deserts of Miramar. There were some people that thought we weren't even going to get here, but we are here now, and we got 2 squads in the Smash Zone, Blank.
El Pozo down towards Puerto Paraíso, and you are correct. 2 teams at the top of the lobby. First and second place battling out. Could it really be called first, second place? It's sort of first place tied right now, with the chicken dinner advantage going through to Alpha 7 after a phenomenal performance yesterday. For A7, Miramar is one of their battlegrounds, right? I think the question was, like, did moving Obscure as well as Guizhou in kind of ruin the roster's ability to perform very well on Miramar? I don't think so. I think they're absolutely fine. Still think Cleo as well as Revo are great here, and between the two of them, they've got so much knowledge, so much experience to lead the team, similarly how they did in the past, that I do think that getting over towards Miramar is a frightening prospect for other teams in the lobby, Juice.
I absolutely think so too. I mean, not to mention you got Alpha 7 who get their Bolso drop right off the rip here. So they're going to be looted out of their minds, set up and locked and loaded, ready to go here. So, I mean, no excuses, I think, when it comes to Alpha 7 at this point. You're gifted, your playing path, you got a Southern Circle right here. You got to be able to take this championship, right, for your own, right here and now. And we heard the Des talking about it, right? They said that when it comes to a team that's looking like they're having a little bit of a choking moment, it's Alpha 7. I mean, Alpha Gaming are playing their game, and they are making it happen. At the same time, there's still so many squads that can reach into that smash zone as well.
Interesting. I mean, Ida out, Damar in. I feel like Ida's a very good player on the team. Off-angle player as well. Getting Damar in feels like a weird choice. It's not that I don't like Damar. I think that Ida is just the better player in this instance.
I don't disagree. You know, it's so difficult at this kind of stage because the frustrations ring out big time. All it takes is one bad push, or in the worst case scenario, you have one of those situations where the IGL's like, we should either go left or right, and you have one player who disagrees, and if that doesn't work out, it creates an
You're off the tee.
Yeah, it causes so much tension among the squads where they're like, you know what, just get out of here, you know?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. You know, frustrations in league stage are relatively quiet. But in the finals, they get loud. PMGC code redemption there on your screen. PUBG United here for the first time in 2025. I'm going to redeem that code in-game to pick up your rewards.
Get him.
Get him.
Get him.
Got to be done.
Tell that to Carrillo as well. See what he's going to be able to do here. On the move. Out early. I love this. Now, this feels a little bit more Alpha 70. I think they're in Miramar. I think they're a little bit more relaxed now, considering that they're so comfortable on this map. They shouldn't be relaxed at all when it comes to the leaderboards. That's a fact. But they looted El Pozo super fast, and they're on the move.
Well, I think you get to match 5, right? You can't really be thinking too much about the smash zone anymore. Right? You have APG alongside with you here. You just got to play it out, right? Try and get as many points as possible. That leads to a win, because a lot of games that do end up with 11 elims, 12 elims, those are games where you've taken it into your own hands and you pick up the chicken dinner because you cleared out that space. And I think that's one thing that Alpha 7 used to do so well in the past, over 2 days at least, where they cleared out massive amounts of area, and because they were so confident in their ability to fight with the gun skill on side, it didn't really matter at that point because they were just commanding so much zone.
Just dominating the lobby. I mean, that's what they did. They could just bully pretty much any position. And, you know, I want to see that again here from this squad here towards the end. Just see them play their own game. You know, and it makes total sense looking at their early play here in the last day. The only thing that makes sense to me is that they were just playing for the smash roll. You know, just playing it very quiet, trying to get those points. I completely agree with you, though. It's time to just put some points on the board. And that is Doc done and dusted. Off the rip, first player out.
Not the dockening.
No!
Please.
Here comes the rest of the team. No.
Not the dockening.
He's a little too separated for that.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a split there, but I mean, funnily enough, right, the only reason that happens is because Rosemary's doing the same thing.
That's true.
Rosemary was so far away from the rest of his team. It's literally the 2 worst nightmares of the squad, is that Doc and Rosemary clashing. Because no matter what happens in that 1v1, whoever dies is not getting back up again.
That's a fact.
You know, the team is not there to assist. So, you know, Doc may have inadvertently created his worst nightmare, inspiring Rosemary to play like this.
This is the second to last game, you know, and going out that fast.
Yeah, it denies you the chicken dinner.
Oh,
right?
man, it is brutal and demoralizing for the whole squad as well.
Because you need a lot of these fights, you sort of need that fourth man to sacrifice towards the end game at times just to get to those great spots. All right, if you don't have that fourth guy, that means you have to play real slow from now on because you have no pieces on the chessboard to put aside, right?
Sure.
You have no pieces on the chessboard to bait with anymore. So
it hamstrung their whole game here.
Yeah.
And then we only have one match left, and we know how crazy that last game is gonna be.
Well, D+ is winning that game.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, that's right. That's automatic victory for D+. So, I mean, if D+ win this game somehow at 20 points, then that'd be crazy to watch. But yeah, according to history, it should be pretty much automatic victory. If they do that, it's honestly the best. Like that'd be just, it's so crazy. They would have won every last game in 2 years of PMGC.
Well, for D+, certainly possible. But I think what's weird to me right now is that DXavier on 103 points. That's a 25-point game. That's 15 elims and chicken dinner. We see that quite frequently from these teams. That would tie them up with APG and Alpha 7. They need less than that if they want to just get towards match point with 22 points, so 12 elim game. And that's 6th place.
It's totally doable. You know, it's just when DXavier right now, I'm a little hesitant to have that confidence in them because I just see them kind of playing more for that center position. And I think that they can get it, but it's got to be having to get blessed for them in order to do so. Another team that's right there next to them, I definitely feel a little bit more confidence in. It's probably Thunder Talk.
Yeah.
You know, Thunder Talk, we saw them, you know, starting to ramp up things here. They get a good spot. They can make it happen for sure.
I still have my reservations, honestly. I mean, sure, today, like, they've really turned it around. But I'm not going to go ahead and just ignore the fact that they're quite disappointing over day 1 and day 2. I think that would be disingenuous of me. But yeah, today they've certainly stepped it up. But man, if they'd been playing like this on day 1 and day 2, they would have been so far ahead of the rest of the pack.
So far ahead. It's crazy that they're in 5th place with having those first 2 days. With 105 points. They're still so close.
Quite a honorable thing for Vampire to do as well here is that they completely disengage from Picardo and they just give up to Regnum Karya. Now, I don't know if that's we're being nice. You know, we know you're a team that is capable of getting up towards that podium finish, so let's just give you this. Or it was just a decision from Vampire. Maybe even Regnum Karya just like, we need to drop over towards Picardo right now.
It makes total sense to it. I think it is honorable considering that Regnum Karya, you know, their players were like, you know what, we're not gonna risk it. You guys take Picardo early on. They're obviously way further up in the leaderboards, and just for Vampire to say, all right, you know what, you can have it back here for the last couple games is crazy to see.
Big shift on the circle here over towards that north side. We're centering up over that ridge line. You feel a lot of teams along there, but as soon as it hits west, like, you're going to go down. And it's a bit of a staging area for a lot of our squads. Alpha 7 immediately moving over towards Graveyard, see if they can wrap round to the north side of this one. We'll sort of see more clearly over on stage 3, stage 4. But Regnum Karya could make this move, but it's so many other teams leapfrogging them. I think if you are in Picardo, though, on this circle, it's the gamble, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's the gamble whether it's going to move back down south. You already control that area, so why give it up?
Oh, man. This zone is so terrible for staying in Picardo because if that zone goes up to those mountainsides, it's going to be so difficult to leave there.
But you can't give up the free win, can you?
You can't. It's one of those like coin flip decisions where you're just going to say, hey, we get the circle. We're in this. You know, we don't. It's going to be tough. But so this is one of those gambles you have to take here at that stage. The whole north side is completely open, by the way, so that zone does go hard shift north. We're going to see some teams wrap up there and get it for free.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7 setting themselves up for that, as is D+. Thunder Talk doing what they usually do on this kind of circle, which is sort of play off towards that eastern side, go for a bit of a split, try and control a little bit more zone so they have more freedom to move later on. It also sets them up nicely to head towards Longhouse on that south side, just in case it does move back down towards the south here. Overall, pretty interesting circle with a lot of moving parts.
Absolutely. Speaking of moving parts, I was looking at the map feed trying to find out where the heck APG is. I don't see them anywhere near in this circle, and they are all the way on the south side. So they're outside of the zone, gonna have to sneak their way on in here. But pretty much majority of the major POIs in the center of the zone, they're all taken already.
Yeah, there's no space. There is no space left at the inn. For DX Xavier, they're getting themselves headed up to a location where they can play off the ridge side later. But yeah, teams are pretty hesitant to full commit anywhere at the moment. The only real clash that's happening is probably between GOAT as well as Ulf. That's on the northwest side towards that plateau that sits around San Martin.
Yeah, I know why. I mean, teams do not want to get caught on rotation right now. I understand why they're playing it so careful. If you're going to go out, might as well go out using that gun skill. But let's see right now where this next zone's going to go. You see Alter Ego there? They're still in the blue zone. APG finally make it on in, and we get that hard shift to the north. It's off to the races for one of those few spots left in this circle.
Regnum Kai, you have to move. Like we said, they had to gamble on this, and they certainly went for the gamble. Unfortunately, this time around, they do not win out.
Snake eyes.
It is snake eyes for them. E-Arena over towards the southwest as well. I think E-Arena's done quite well today. They get up to 89 points. I think they've been really giving it to stay in that conversation towards the middle of the pack right now. It's Mad Bulls who control the majority of that northern zone. And Alter Ego who made a really, really long rotate over towards that north side, Jukes.
Pays off. Pays off. Vampire. Look at that. Gonna lose a player there. Down to 3. Great last day for Vampire. I love the fact that they really put everything out on the line for their home crowd. Love to be able to see that here. Warman's going to go down there from E-Arena, and he's not getting picked back up.
No, it's very unlikely.
That's a fact.
They could try and get over towards him, but again, it's very dangerous. DRX, 2 South Korean squads going at it. QXZ.
Got him.
On live support there for just a second before Nolbu's able to take him down. That clears out a little space on the south side there for D+ to mess around with going forward as well. But what a rotate from Thunder Talk. They get right over towards that ridge line. They're set up on the high ground, so they controlled most of the important space there. Just a question whether the circle shifts back over towards that northwest again, in which case we're heading over towards that plateau, which is so uncomfortable to play. So you'll likely see a lot of our teams diverting towards the edge of the map.
D+, you can see them just still playing edge, just trying to gatekeep, find a way out into this next circle. Meanwhile, there's Thunder Talk getting a nice little nade knock.
On to Alpha 7.
That is on the Alpha 7, and that's Guizhou. Hurting really bad. Revo gets knocked as well, and Thirsted. Alpha 7 again. Can't make it happen in this Miramar.
It might be done. It might be done. I feel like the way that Alpha 7's currently playing is just not up to scratch. For the rest of this lobby, they go for a 2-2 split. It's hesitant, right?
Looking like a shell of their former selves at this point.
Why push that Ivy? You could have wrapped over towards the north side. The north side's very playable on this ridge as well, Hot Jukes. E-Arena fully flushed out. It was a very quick one. We kind of missed that off of the wings. Yeah. APG still on 3 outside the blue. They're rotating over the top of D+.
APG down to 2, actually. And you can see them here in the same position that Alpha 7 is. That opens the door big time for the rest of the lobby here to catch up to them.
What I'm talking about, if Ulf gets a good game, if Thunder Talk gets a good game, suddenly you've got 4 teams in the smash zone. Even DRX, but I think DRX is slightly less likely to have a strong match off the back of this one. But yeah, man, there is a lot of teams that can get in towards that smash zone and make this last game so uncomfortable. Because if we suddenly have 4 teams on match point, right, we're looking at 20% of the lobby being able to finish the game there and then and end up in first place.
Just steal away the championship for yourself. $500,000 in the bank account just with 1 game. Let's see right now as APG are on the rotate, just trying to survive here, but Lemon has got top in his sights. He's in big trouble, though. The shots, the third party ends up saving top for a little bit longer. They end up losing one of their players, though, so now it's, APG down to a single solo.
Just top remaining. And they try and make the rotate over towards the north side, but it ain't happening. It ain't happening.
Bose goes down. There's Chips. Uh-oh. D+ putting up some points in Miramar. Just a little pregame to their last Miramar of the day.
We head on over towards that northwest side, Jukes.
Yes.
So we are on the plateau. That is rough. Very, very rough for a lot of our teams. Thundertalk do need to move. R8 have a fairly nice position, honestly, alongside those concretes on that south side. Kara also, similar position, but further south. Regnum Kai, how are they doing? They lost one player on a knock who's trying to crawl back up to the rest of the team. We'll see if that is resable for them.
Looks like Carrillo got a knock, so you might be able to get that thirst on the tops. Let's see if that does end up bringing out. Meanwhile, Chips from D+, just throwing out some smokes, playing it very, very carefully here. We got that plateau finish. And right now we're going to see Thunder Talk. This is that team, I'm telling you, you got to watch out for. They're heating up at the end of the final day. They have the full squad up. And with Alpha 7 and Alpha Gaming hurt so bad, this is going to be such a close one in the last match.
Yeah, last game is going to be weird. But again, like they've left the points so limited. If we imagine, you know, it's 10 points to get to match point from the first place team after the second day. Both squads, APG and A7, have only cleared that by 13. For Alpha 7, that is not enough points, and teams are catching up, and I think they're just going to lose to points from teams underneath.
That's what it's looking like. That's what it's looking like right now, because Alpha 7 just cannot seem to get it going here today. After such a wild day yesterday, such a lead gone in just an instant here. See where this next circle goes, though. Alpha 7 do have a duo. They are center of the zone. Got Mad Bulls up there on top. Thunder Talk with some high ground as well. And it goes on over to the southwest side.
That is grim. I don't know how Alpha 7 got here, by the way. That's actually a very nice rotate. I'll give them that. Lovely spot on the map for them. I mean, Thunder Talk could crash here, but as two players, a little bit hard to hold. But again, by the time you rotate over that side, there's going to be so many teams looking at you. Alter Ego down to just Krypton, and he's doing his absolute best to keep his team in the game.
And it's not going to be enough. Alter Ego just not able to win fights here on the final day. Goat taking advantage of that one. Meanwhile, you got Ulf. They know what time it is. They noticed that Alpha 7, Alpha Gaming are in trouble. They're keeping all four up, 0 eliminations. They're going to have to start getting some sooner rather than later, though.
They are on that north side, so there hasn't really been a lot of opportunity for it. Loxy getting rezzed here, but it's Kara. They can see them. Two Turkish teams clashing once again here over in those south concretes. I don't think Loxy stays up. It's a nasty nade over towards the back line. The Wolf has to buy back, though. And it really is the lone wolf now here for Regnum Kaya.
Zed Wolf, let's see what he could do. MG3 is down. Lewis, oh, CEO! Who needs a parachute when you got a buggy? See what Zed Wolf could do in the 1v2 situation. Nice little peek there, though. He's going to watch out for the left side, and it's not going to be enough. Regnum Kaya out early once again.
CEO goes base jumping, right, with that little bonus from the end of the year. That's Regnum Kaya down. I think it's been a sad day 3 for a lot of squads.
Yeah.
In particular, I mean, I've complained about Alpha Gaming, but I mean, Regnum Kaya's day has been even worse. It's been a very, very unfortunate event for that, where a lot of our big teams, a lot of our big names just have struggled to really get off the mark here. Again, I think the Smash Point does just create such a horrible scenario for teams. They get so in their heads about it because it can change how everything works. And it certainly changes the way people play on day 3. For the better or the worse, we'll have to wait and see here.
I'm looking over at the players right now, and I'm looking at Regnum Kaya, and they are not happy at this point. A lot of frustration, and it makes sense right now. They just could not get it going here today. Let's take a look, though, at Top by himself, trying to sneak away some more points for his squad. Flat tie between the two alphas in the lobby. Right now, though, the biggest threat is Ulf. Ulf with the full squad. Got to get going. That's top out. So Alpha Gaming, 0 points in this one. And with 9 teams remaining, Alpha 7 might be able, with this position, to sneak away some placement points.
I mean, if they keep doing what they're doing and picking up 1 point per game, I mean, I'm not too impressed with that, to be honest with you. Yes, you're getting to placement points, but is that really changing all that much? Is that 1 point going to be enough? You grab it anyway. I mean, 1 point was enough last year.
That is true.
So,
that is.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong there.
Hey.
Circle does cut them out, and we are straight back into that open zone. What a disgusting second to last game this is.
Dude, these zones have just been wide open finish after wide open finish, making it so difficult on these teams. Just every team just playing on the edge, just hoping for the best at this point. Got R8 having a little compound there. They're going to be able to hold it for just a little bit longer. Nice shots there from Kara. Now Kara with 7 points on the board. They've jumped themselves out of last place. And that's usually what happens though, right? Teams at the bottom got nothing to lose. They finally start putting up some points after a rough couple of days. Thunder Talk, though, need these points desperately. Trying to avoid these nades from Chips. It's going to be a difficult one to hit, that's for sure. Yeah, now I think D+, if you're D+, you got to save some of that utility.
I mean, D+ underneath. He should hit this. Should easily be able to hit this as Nobu sends away. Obscure from Alpha 7 will find Chips, but does not get the point off it. Stolen away by Xing. And Thunder Talks up to 5 elims. Once again, they got a nice little fan area over there in the crowd. They got a flag that's waving. Nobu will find Damar on his lonesome with really little to no defense on that. No counter attack at all from RA. They were just accepting that Damar is now gone.
1 match left after this. This is such an important one for quite a few squads. Ulf with 1 elimination, Thunder Talk with 5. The Xavier, no, only 1 so far, but they still got 3 players up. They are going to play in that edge. Will they go for this third party here? It's going to be a tough one, that's for sure. CEO, though, cheeky little angle, putting some pressure on the Thunder Talk.
King making the cross, will get taken down, but not before running out of ammo, and he might just get out of dodge. Behind the tree, at close range, cannot find him. Finally gets a little angle. Thunder Talk down to 3 there. They almost got their boy back up again. They're sending in P90 on Nobu, a dangerous opposition inside the building.
The Xavier, better late than never, I guess. Here they go on the push. And they are just getting shredded as R8 were just waiting for this. D Xavier taking their sweet time and getting absolutely demolished.
Still 100 points. It's not bad indeed. It's not bad indeed. I think that's a nice place to finish here for D Xavier. It's a shame that the gun skill, not the gun skill, but at least that firepower in those team fights, the 4v4s just wasn't really there for D Xavier this tournament.
Uh-oh. Obscure, Carrillo in the dip, very nadeable, gotta be careful. That's D Xavier out of there. R8 put some more points on the board for themselves. Okay, there's Flip, gets the nade onto Obscure. That right there was an eviction notice marked and booked for Carrillo. He's gonna have to be careful. Obscure trying to back himself out of this one. Looks like he might have just been able to crawl to safety there behind this rock. But with this next zone shift, Mad Bulls are looking really good here, Blank.
Looking real nice. I think the big one, though, is Ulf.
Yes.
Ulf on that side, 115 points, looking to break 10 this game. Get themselves over towards match point. I love this lineup from Thunder Talk, though. Able to sidle in ahead of R8. And they know they got to leave at some point.
Looking at the leaderboards, R8, if you're R8 at this point, you need to just try and destroy the whole lobby. That's what you need to do. If you're Thunder Talk and Ulf, you're just going for the win. And Alpha 7, just sneak away any point you could possibly get your hands on. Meanwhile, the Mad Bulls starting to put into some work on Ulf. Huge fight right here. On the side of Ulf, and Solus gets the first knock. And now they are on the push. They know they need every single elimination they can get. Aaron in the front line. He's got that UMP. Lemon blocking down those nades, but look at this on the other side. Thunder Talk getting into it with R8.
Yeah, sighting on that sideline. Shing healing up right now. AJ is down, but they might be able to clean house here, get 9 elims total if Kara doesn't start stealing away.
Uh-oh.
That will still sit Thunder Talk at 8 on this game. But even this team can potentially clear over towards 125. It's going to take a bit bigger game than this.
That's going to look pretty good. I'll tell you, you can't be mad at that. That's for sure. AJ getting rezzed. Let's see what Thunder Talk can do as a duo. They still have that third person up as well. Let's see what they can do. But now we look over to Ulf. They're in a perfect position here.